militia buddies, we gonna gather up a posse and we gonna go kill time itself.
Right?
Oh, that sounds like freedom.
Time to be time lords.
Okay, you do realize that if nobody's working on time, time's just not gonna flow and we'll all be frozen.
I don't care.
I mean, to be honest,
time saving.
I mean, to be honest, there must
saving.
be a lot of there has to be a lot of fighting for time to just stop.
Yeah.
We'll go full Emperor Nero and sail or march our legions into the sea. Declare war on the ocean itself.
Who wants to be the ocean of time? Sorry, who wants to be the new god of time?
Also, random quick question, Araxis.
Oh god, what is it?
The Master's Chain, does it require attunement?
No. No, it does not.
Okay.
I still want that Lycan dagger.
Last time I
Can understand that.
Oh, actually, speaking of Lycan dagger, my Tuesday game. I just have to say.
Can we start the stream and slowly get going? I don't have much time before I have to drive back.
Lycan trophy blades.
No, don't worry. The stream is already going for a whole minute. Actually, almost two. Oh. Yeah. I don't know why, but with each week, Rog's mic has some sort of new affliction.
Too loud one day, too quiet the next day.
I have 200% on you, and I can barely hear you.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just have to wrap them up another like 25%.
This is so strange.
By the way, Omnius Lecter, my voice is pretty bad because of allergy reaction, so I'm gonna be mainly doing my stuff in dice rollers, so keep an eye on that as well.
Yeah.
I'll try my best.
Yeah, I'll have to keep an...
Get well soon.
I usually keep my face in.
Definitely calling out work today because I can't do that.
Hey,
my job is customer relations, so I have to talk to people. So I ain't talking to people like this.
So also, if somebody says bullshit, you can literally just link to a bot.
Oh, that reminds me, guys. The weirdest thing happened. Okay. Yes, last night at work.
Start typing.
No. This is funny. I have to talk to get the absurdity of what happened. So it was very windy last night, and a customer comes in saying, because there's renovations next to the store, so there's no working bathroom in that facility, so there's a portable toilet. So customer comes in and says, the porta potties is on the move right now. It almost hit my car as I was coming in. I walk out, and in the parking lot is the porta potty, like in the middle of the parking lot. Like no joke.
Did it get there?
The wind. It was blown by the wind.
How strong was it?
It was pretty strong wind. I almost lost my hat as soon as I stepped out.
You know,
I thought it was going to be the porta potty didn't want to be used no more.
Oh, no. And I had to go and push it back up against the wall so that it wouldn't go anywhere.
I mean, I think it would be worse if somebody actually was in the porta potty when the
Oh, no, there was... When they're not working over there, they have it padlocked, so it's locked. Nobody can use it.
Smart. It's the mental image of like sitting there taking a shit and then you just start flying around.
I think it would have been weighed down enough at that point.
God, you have to take a big shit to make that.
How many kids?
Needless to say, it was a very shitty situation.
Oh my.
Yes.
Oh boy. Yeah. So yeah, everybody had some sort of revelation or a breaking point. From Omnius to Kirai, I guess. Yeah, everybody had some sort of fucking turmoil in their fucking daily lives. Like a horror story.
Time change is a horror story in itself.
Mm-hmm.
Oh god. Well,
Yeah.
Let's fucking go.
Yes, indeed, we're gonna go. So, session 43, the Spoopy Halloween edition, which is exactly the same as every single previous one. So, oh god. Whew.
Happy Halloween, everyone.
I guess. Yeah, happy Halloween. Oh god. So, I guess this episode could be called Trick or Treat for a reason. And it's definitely gonna be a trick. So, since everybody's present...
Spoilers.
Hey, you don't know what kind of spoiler. You don't know what kind of trick. It might be delicious. It might be bloody.
For us to play a game.
It might be bloody metallic.
I won't mind that.
Of course you don't. So since everybody's present, Omnius, just making sure you there. Still alive. Good. He's alive. He has a pulse. We can go. Okay. So.
No, I think the wind was blowing through his organs.
if he wants to be alive right now, is questionable. But I mean, he sounds like one of the squirrels.
He's becoming Dawn of the Dead.
Uh-oh.
Oh shit.
Patient Zero.
Uh-oh.
Brain.
Sound like the one guy from Haunted Mansion. The movie.
On a slightly bad note right now, I think we have a zombie apocalypse starting. Like, it started with Ken, just with the boys, and then now Omnius got infected as well.
Well, I think I've been affected first.
And by the end of the session, everybody will have headaches, fevers, and something equivalent to rabies. So let's fucking go.
So,
because you got the Blade of Lycanthropy, and you never know what.
Yeah. Give me that blade. I want to dress up as a lycanthrope.
No.
So last we left off, to give a recap, yeah, you finished your dealings with the coast, went back to the ship to take a rest, because you haven't taken a rest for 4 sessions, had all sorts of incredibly disturbing and or interesting dreams, until all of you were woken up in the morning by the botanist, the shrub-like creature, informing you that it's now time to go and defend Zagratus, the chief druid who got imprisoned and was awaiting trial. So everybody followed him through the portal to the grove, and from the grove with a goblin, you were all transported to Cradle Rocks, a city of forest. Every single building, every single street, every single nook and cranny made out of a single wooden forest, molded for anybody's specific needs. So everybody were brought to the House of Judgment, where all of you were eager to take statements, well, until you were notified of full extent of the crimes. But still, some of you still said a good word for the old elven druid. Some of you didn't. Some of you really didn't give a shit. Mainly Zan. But yeah. And as everybody took your good or just cautious words to the person who was writing them in the clay tablets. Kirai and Ken decided to look for a library, which they were informed by the goblin druidess where it might be, and they headed out there. And Lecter and Laird Ossa, the third Baron of the Ossa family, and technically third in the line to inherit the whole of Archipelago, had a conversation after his apparent reveal to the group of what he truly is, before he fled off to places unknown using his own druid magic. And you kind of were left there on the steps of House of Judgment, Rog and Lecter, and of course Omnius, as it is about 9ish a.m. in the morning. The city starts slowly to become fully bustling and fully vibrant with life. What would you like to do?
Can I first say something?
Sure.
Omnius, didn't you put a B on the shrub guy? Or did you?
I can't. You're lighting up, dude, but nobody can hear you. Get ready to scream into your mic all game.
Please not.
Yeah.
Please don't.
So, if I remember correctly, you planted a bee on the shrub guy, didn't you?
I might have tried to, but and then I looked down at a couple of bees that of mine that are on the ground and not listening to me anymore.
Yeah, but
I'm not really sure what's going on with that.
do you still have the connectivity?
I don't like it though. It's like the longer I'm here, the more pieces of me stop being me.
Okay, that's all I need to ask. Keep going.
So after this, kind of looking to the ground where Laird stood.
Mm-hmm.
What are we gonna do now?
Well, try to find the others before they cause a ruckus.
You wouldn't happen to know where they ran off to, wouldn't you?
Well, the goblin just kind of raises her hand and just says, well, they asked me for the closest library, so I assume that's where they went.
Slight grin.
Well, let's go there. Just in direction.
Okay, so she immediately stands up and continues to just immediately take a right and continue down the main barky roads of the city. Omnius, what would you like to do? Because you had this revelation that something is not right with this place and your bees.
Omnius?
Hello?
Omnius!
Oh, sorry about that. I thought that was all going through. New computer technical issues. Sorry.
Fair.
I just upgraded and nothing's working the way it did. So I'm going to tell Lecter I'm going to be back in a couple of hours because I don't like it here. It's really not doing well for me in the swarm. So, yeah, I'll be back in a couple hours to check on you guys. Otherwise, poof.
Okay.
Understood. Starting internal countdown, 3 hours.
Okay. So, Ken and Kirai, please roll me a perception check. Because you were given a straight answer of what it would be like, but I mean, it's kind of just looking from tree to tree and figuring out.
Would I also be looking at all the magical effects by the books possibility?
I mean, first of all, you need to find the library before you find the...
True side ain't helping with that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But, yeah. You do notice something more interesting, Ken, than a usual passerby would see. You see quite a few groves to each side of the barked road. They just are holes that be like just a few feet deep and just full of darkness. And occasionally some individual just goes in and out. So you don't know what's that all about, but you take a notice of it nonetheless. Okay. So, yeah, but it takes only a good 10 minutes from the goblins telling to finding the location of a quite a large wooden structured building. Secret. No. Yeah. As you see, multiple dozens of trees make this entire building, unlike other buildings that are made of a single tree. And some of them are oak, some of them birch. Quite a lot of different colorations. And there's one distinct feature that you clearly can recognize it's a library. It's because there's a giant figurehead of a book that is just made entirely out of branches. Each page, just tiny little branches that occasionally just, with a push of a wind, move simultaneously like a page would, despite being made of multiple tiny branches. So yeah, you head in. The first thing you smell is old books and moss. It's a wide open area. Bookshelves just stacked upon each other for 3 stories high. A bunch of tables made of just a single tree alongside chairs. Almost entirely empty except for like 3 adolescent kids, maybe in 10s, 15 years old, just reading books, but not really. And one Aarakocra by the entrance. That looks like a bookkeeper of this place, who are minding her business, cataloging whatever book she is currently holding. What would you like to do? Either Kirai or Ken. Also Rog, I don't know why.
I'm trying to look for the name.
You're trying to look for the what?
Name of the ring.
Ah.
Vector wrote it down.
Okay.
That roller, I think? Yeah.
For the puzzle piece Omega. And as for Ken, what would you like to do in the library? Okay. Let me see. Okay.
Give them a moment to write.
Can you hear the clicky clacking? The furious typing?
I was also going to be looking for draconic books. With that ring.
In the meantime, Araxis, I sent you a message.
Yeah, give me a second. I'm trying to understand.
Do you see?
Give me a second.
There goes Rock.
And he's gone.
Yeah, same thing. Look for books that might be about the piece we have. Okay. So, either both of you can do investigations on your own, or one of you get advantage for the sacrifice of the other.
What's your investigation?
+4.
I have +8.
I'll
If you want.
sacrifice. Go ahead.
Yes, no, maybe. Hello?
Oh my god.
Barely.
Oh, that sucks.
We'll figure it out later.
Yeah.
24.
Oh my fucking god. Yeah. So, many of the books have been properly categorized from a simple day-to-day life literature, romantic or non-romantic, from instructions to cooking to tales and bits of and lores about specific events, characters, and the like. You, Ken and Kirai, did not find anything that would relate to anything related to the puzzle piece Omega. Neither by the description of the ring, neither by just a puzzle piece that will look something like what you have or reference something what you know about it. As for Ken, you do see after just overlooking the puzzle piece, you just by happenstance, you do find a book about let's say a few different books about the subject of tempering dragon scales. Few of them, two in specific, are basically stories that involve a legendary hero who got some scales from a dragon for his deeds and thus tempered them into mighty weapons to defeat an entity of immense power. But it's more of just a simple tale. Another book, which is called... Wait. Oh. One that is called The Seamstress Mystery is interesting but tiny book about a tale about a witch in the woods who were so in love with the scales of the dragons for rumors of having a lover as a dragon. She knew a secret or gained some sort of insight to make dragon scales into thread and to make clothing out of those scales, getting flexibility and strength unimaginable for just any possibility. But besides that, you don't find any like books about blacksmithing or any art about tempering or in ways of leatherworking with the dragon scales. All you can get is fictional. Is there a name to who?
Can I look for any books that have draconic history?
In a bit. And the hero is hero's name is not written. He always is referred as the hero or he. And basically there's like it's nicely written, but if it was like a bunch of pictures, you would assume it's like a children's tale, but it's like a good 30-page piece of a book. And about this time, as you finish your search, Lecter, Rog, Zan, and Goblin Girl would all be basically made it to the library by the guidance of the goblin. So Lecter and Rog, you see with the familiar visage as I described, or a cockroach just chilling, mind their own business. A few children mind their own business with the books, and then you see Ken and Kilroy studying a few books that they acquired.
Okay. Well, certainly thanks for guiding us this far. Turning towards the goblin. then that's... For now, I think I'll just head in and just, like, take a look at what the others found.
Second. So, Kira, you wanna just decide what you wanna look for, because Kira wants dragons. So, if anybody wants to assist in investigation, Kira.
Going for draconic history.
So it's up to anybody else to decide. And let's
Since
try.
I'm just looking around.
Yeah. What were you looking for? Because I actually blanked out for a second.
I wasn't looking for anything specific. I'm honestly just like checking what the others are doing.
Okay.
So yeah.
Hey.
Anybody?
Yes. Hello.
Hey,
Ron.
you're
it works.
actually a little louder now.
Ah, for fuck's sake.
Yes. Perfect.
Okay. So if you want to help Kilroy with that, you can.
Gladly.
Rog, if you... Okay, then Kilroy, you roll with advantage investigation for the books of Draconics or history. Rog, are you gonna do anything?
Okay, so Lecter is helping Kilroy.
Yes.
I guess I'll be helping Ken then. If he wants.
Ken's not looking for anything no more.
Oh, he's not looking for anything? Well, I'm gonna look on, I'm gonna look for monster crafting techniques, dragon leather, or anything that could help me for jewelry. Crafting books, there you go. Might as well. Crafting books.
Alrighty. Then okay, Kilroy roll with advantage. Rock, you can roll with just straight investigation. So Kilroy, a few dozen books of dragon that you were quite excited at first before you realized it's literally short, small tales for children, with no actual context besides a moral at the end. So a good 20 minutes of that. After that, you find quite a few books of dragon's anatomy, or speculated anatomy and their origins to come to being.
Since I helped find those books, I guess I'm like kind of looking over Kira's shoulder.
I would say you would be the one who actually found it, because the book's name is called Dorian Encyclopedia to Friends and Foes, and it basically encompasses to like the most everyday species, from rats to cats to dogs, to something more minor to demons, dwellers of the Underdark, and dragons. Some chapters. This book is about 600 pages long. Some chapters have a really footnote worthy about a specific species, just basically its habits and all that. Quite of them have just quite a few pages, if not a few dozen, of just theories about their come to beasts, about their diet, about just a lot of questions, not a lot of answers.
Some of these books, stories are literally just, this thing exists. We don't know anything else.
I mean, basically for mice, it's a typical small rodent. It consumes flowers and usually causes plague. And, you know, then the cats and just basically... But there's also with the humans, with the dwarves, with the tabaxi, with the Rokokra.
Oh, God.
Yeah. It has everything for each individual race, citizen or not. As comes for the dragons, it is theorized about besides the the lore that you know about the dragons thus far, about being different colorations, and different colorations means different characteristics, layers, and reactions to other dragons and or foes and prey alike. There's quite a few mentions of different types that are probably were a result of some sort of crossbreeding or some sort of ritual that are unknown to the denizens of the Empire and the known scientific world. There's also a few footnotes about the legend about like about a cannibalistic golden dragon and a god of the underworld that is supposed to be a adamantine dragon that is older than 20 millennia.
I'm gonna show Kira the specific footnote. Didn't you mention something like this? Like something about adamantine?
What you talking about? I didn't even mention anything about what's in the book completely.
Could have sworn. Could have sworn I've heard something. Well, whatever. Ignore that then. Yeah.
Yeah, I would still look at it though.
I mean, it's certainly interesting. A
I would
few
also
wild guests in here.
my book to see if I see any extra pages to pull.
Extra pages to pull, like.
Quick random question. Are there, like, within this encyclopedia, is there anything, like, just looking through, is there anything akin to robots?
Yes. They're called constructs. And it's about a page and a half about constructs, and all the how to say this, all drawn in pictures or painted pictures, whatever you want to say, are basically different sizes of humanoid-like robots, but none of you are familiar with or any akin to yourself. And they're basically just referred as triumphs and inventions of the how to say this, sophisticated minds of our nowadays creators to test our capabilities of creating new life. And the last, like the first, there's a small footnote of like the first construct to ever be created has been about 112 years ago, speaking from the encyclopedia's timeline compared to where you are in this time zone. One more footnote is that original designs of the creatures or idea is kind of a mystery and only was brought by a plane-shifting adventurer that brought his ideas and schematics from a faraway land called Eberron.
Eberron. Interesting. This certainly looks interesting. I think I have a few things to try out at some point.
So yeah, there's a whole encyclopedia. But besides that, you can find quite a few copies of this encyclopedia. Quite a bit. There's nothing specific about dragons besides a few hundred pages of romanticized novels and poems and just bardic inspirations for the bards of the youth. So, you know.
Okay. Two more searches, one from me and one from Ken. I didn't see if you noticed that.
Yeah, I see that.
Ken is going to be looking for ships and port building. And I would like to just genuinely scan through the area looking for details on Eberron.
On Eberron,
to see if anything comes up anywhere.
Okay.
Eric, said I was gonna go through my book to see if there's any more pages to pull.
Oh, more pages to pull?
Yeah.
No, for your massive giant dictionary of a book, there's no additional snippets anywhere on the corners to pull. So yeah, like I said, Ken and Lecter, you can roll together with advantage for one, or you can separately.
I'm
Now,
gonna roll by myself.
okay, Rog. You find a book quite quickly, about 10 minutes in your search about basically making tasteful crafts from bone and ivory. From something simple as nice rings to something more complicated to engravings on a dagger.
Wait, do I have anything to make notes with?
If you need paper, just ask me.
It is about 210 pages. So.
Okay. Let me guess, none of these books can be bought.
You never asked.
I would approach the Archipeligo with the book in hand. Sorry, are some of these books for sale or anything?
This one would be for sale. 9 gold pieces.
9 gold?
Yeah.
Deal. Love good books about
She looks a bit surprised for a moment, but nonetheless she takes the gold and the book is yours.
Thank you. Very much obliged. I'll go back to my companions now. Have a nice day.
Okay, and as soon as you grab the book, she kind of goes under the table and scratches something, and then comes under the table and looks around. Ken, you can also roll investigation for that. Lecter. So, Eberron. You didn't find any books about Eberron, but you do go for the second natural thing that would come after Eberron. Maybe travel logs or something equivalent to plane shifting. That would maybe mention Eberron. But what you find is Adventures of Callus K, the plane shifter extraordinaire. It's a book about 390 pages, and it describes his adventures about plane shifting from one plane to another plane and trying to shift back into material plane using a different place in the plane that he is, and also describes quite a few entities and individuals he met. That some were friendly, some were hostile, but basically getting their focus or focusing fork to their own designated planes. So,
guess I found my reading material for the next few hours.
So you do find Eberron, and Eberron is basically described as a land of paradise and perfect order, where well, should I go loud and just tell everything, or
your choice how much you want to tell?
Basically, the first few pages about Eberron is already confirming your suspicions that this is the book that linked to the constructs, and it basically describes about basically a perfected paradise of a machine and living, breathing species there who are basically living in symbiosis. So despite that, there's that. Ken. You do not find any books about shipbuilding or ports. Let me check what else.
I mean, this sounds like a very on the ground place.
They don't need ships. We have bark highways.
Pretty much.
Seagrave grow into pathways
And
and trees.
yeah.
Imagine walking outside your garden.
So, you've been browsing through your books for about a good an hour, and not much has changed. Occasionally, a person walks in, looks around, or sits down to read a book or something. Those children you saw have already gone for a while. There are cockroaches ever watchful, looking for just playfully looking around, but occasionally just looking at any one of you specifically when you're like looking at a book or something, for presumably the sake of you not stealing the book.
Understandable. Like, I actually took like a slightly more comfortable position, so I'm kind of like sitting in the air, like directly next to the what's the word, bookshelf where I found it at. Looks incredibly annoying, but like once Ken comes over, just kind of like stand back up again. I'm not entirely sure what I found here. It certainly does look interesting. It's like the chronicle of an adventurer who's been going through different, well, dimensions or planes of existence. I've encountered some interesting ones.
So, the book by date, as it looks written, it's suggested it's been written by humans 62 years ago. From just genuine overlooking. To get bigger into the book. He was not affiliated with any majocracies, neither the Empire. So, yeah.
Independent sources, always interesting.
Interesting.
Might be useful for me and the stuff I got. Once mastered, we could connect. Certainly. Achieving some kind of planar travel capability would certainly be interesting. It also mentioned some things about plane resonance. I understood this correctly, right? That he was talking about planar resonance and like attunement.
Yeah, basically he describes about him traveling in a specific, like any plane he travels to a different spot, and hoping that when he uses plane shift again, he's gonna jump in a different material world. And there's some success to that, some not. And of course he met some people who were friendly and hostile, respectively, that he acquired some sort of focusing fork to get to their material planes.
Okay. Yeah. In that case, I assume we could use this in the future. At least as a rough starter. Quick check. Yeah, fine. Rod was approaching. Anything specific?
I was approaching Kilroy. I made a typo.
Okay.
I'm used to typing like dirt.
Also, Kilroy, please roll me another investigation. Also, Omnius, it is set up. Anything else?
No.
Wow, this is worrisome.
Omnius taking care of another side project.
I'm scared of your side projects. The last time we did this, you created something that is most likely against Geneva Convention.
No, this time it's purely just inventorying and tidying up.
Pretty much.
Ah, perfect.
Yeah, we never really did figure out exactly what all was there, so he's going around to the places where he left behind the dragon bits, and he's just like, all right, so we've got this, and this, and this, and that's there. That kind of
You're
shit.
my hero right now. I wanted to do that anyway, but I didn't. First, I didn't have the time for it, and second, you are the one who knows where it is. So.
Yep.
So yeah, side project, but a perfectly noble and good one this time.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Oh my god, he sounds like so relieved.
Yeah.
For once.
It's a boring duty, but it's a necessary duty nonetheless.
There are no boring duties.
Until you've taken one.
It's a duty.
So, but yeah. Kira, you find nothing. There's nothing that would catches your eye and what you're looking for. But yeah. You find yourself the encyclopedia, you find the adventure stories about the plane shifter. And yeah, you're just kind of set at the moment.
So, Kirai, what you find?
Nothing.
I think library would have something. Well, I found something that I could use. So, wanna head back to the others if you didn't find anything? Hello?
We do hear Kira's just not responding.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure. So, yeah, come back, join us when you're done looking, I guess. Now I'm heading to Lecter.
He's currently having a conversation with Ken. Honestly, discussing about like a decently thick book. And I'm currently on my way to our Cochra anyway, so I assume we would like, meet halfway.
Should I tell Kilroy to hurry up?
We can take as much time here as we want to. If I understand correctly, the trial/execution will be in the evening, so we have some time until then.
I just hope I can find a place to nap at before that. We can get a really nice time of sleep.
Generally speaking, were there any like benches or like open grass spaces outside? Like parks?
Well, technically this whole place is a park. But
Reasonable.
no, there are no benches. There are no like places. Well, I mean, there's a lot of grass beyond the park, but you just need to walk away from the park and you can just plop anywhere. The spaces are open. Okay. They're not exactly squished together.
People are just sitting anywhere they want.
I mean, most of them are walking, but some of them are sitting.
You know, this does sound like a druid place.
In case you need some place to rest at, there are certainly some options.
Yeah, but I'd rather be ship, you know what I mean?
It will take some time until we get back there, I believe.
Yeah. Still, a little sore from the battle.
Didn't take it as well?
Yeah. Took some beating, but not something I could last. Had worse in my day.
I assume, at least, well, I'm almost finished here. I'll definitely be taking this book if it is for sale. I assume we would be talking the Chronicles of the Plain Adventurer. Could you please write the name in?
Yes, I will.
One last thing from Ken.
Second.
He's
one last thing, yeah. So give me a second, just quickly. I'm gonna write in Jaren. Shifter.
478 small scales. I'm going to classify that one as a medium, so 213 medium, 479 small scales, 480 small scales.
Oh god.
484 scales to go.
Okay.
Looks over at the pile, not even 5% through.
Yeah, it's gonna take you a good 2 hours. There's a lot.
You should count with bees. One bee
Oh,
set
just-
on one item.
Oh god, just like bees carrying around the dragon scales.
Yeah.
Just like a swarm of dragon scales just flying around.
Ooh, a swarm of dragon scales. For some reason, now I'm thinking of dragon bees. Oh, dragon
You know,
honey!
I'm thinking about trying to find ways to, what's the right term for this? Diversify Omnius's insect portfolio. Why do I necessarily need to be stuck with bees? There's plenty of other swarming insects.
Like
I am the swarm.
dragonflies.
That could actually be a pun if it's literally just bees with a single dragon scale on top.
Ken, there are no books on engineering, just overlooking. There's not a sniff of books about blacksmithing, metallurgy, engineering, or anything related to metal. Interestingly enough. And as for Lecter, you gonna buy the plane shifter and the encyclopedia, or are you gonna leave that behind?
I think I'm gonna carry it there and ask for the price, and I'll decide after that.
15 gold pieces
would it
for the encyclopedia, 9 for the adventures of the plane shifter.
So 24 in total.
Yes.
Ken, want to split the price for the plane shifter's guide?
You know what could help.
Okay. I'll take the encyclopedia by myself, so in total, 24. Wonderful. I'll be putting in my part then, which will be 9 plus... I'm gonna pay the bigger part, so I'm putting in 17, so he's gonna pay 7.
Okay. Oh boy, what the... basically, honest, I will notify you, I'll notify you when your job of organizing every single scale is done. Also, what are you gonna do with the meat? Just curious.
Yeah, he's not exactly sure about that either, so he's just going to get a rough idea of like how much is there and its general condition, and then tell that to Lecter and let Lecter decide when we meet back up.
Alrighty, notified.
It's not exactly his problem. He's just getting the numbers.
If you got any more ideas, I'll notify you when your scale and everything else count is done. Oh boy.
Do we have any knowledge on how to build a forge for ourselves?
What?
Don't think so.
Does
We have an
anybody-
anvil.
Yeah, we have an anvil, but do we know how to build a forge?
Well, first thing what you need
Ken, maybe.
I mean, first of all, to build a forge, you need space, and your ship is already cramped up, so...
Yep.
Yeah, no. Obviously, we need space, but do we have the knowledge to build a forge?
I think, ironically enough, Rog, you would probably be one of the people who actually know how to make the most primal forge available.
Okay. Makes sense. I was just wondering if I had to get a book on forge building.
No.
If we would have, we wouldn't find it here.
Yeah, this book does not. This library doesn't have any secrets of metal or fire.
Do you think they know about something? Wood weapons. I wonder what kind of weapons the Druid city would have. You?
Actually, on that note, have we seen anything like a city guard around?
Besides trees that look like treants, that are like uncomfortably still and stiff. No.
You know,
Interesting.
maybe we should have that as a side project. Figure out what kind of weapons I use. I wonder if the wood here is stronger than normal wood. Use that in weapons.
I think we're gonna get someone skilled with different kinds of wood anyway at some point.
No.
Either via Zan and his orange trees, or over other ways via Omnius.
Probably shouldn't go with
Speaking of Zan, you see one of the he's basically reading one of the books that you and Kirai picked with the dragons. He's like, hey, fuck that guy, and continues reading. As for you, Ken, roll me another investigation, unless anybody wants to assist with that.
What now?
you know what? I'm gonna help.
Okay, I can roll me investigation with advantage. Mention lecture about the holes of black. I know this as well.
Which
Oh,
holes?
The holes that are basically be like from side to side of the road of bark. There are occasional just holes that go into nothingness from your perspective, but
okay.
Occasionally you see people come out. 24. So, you find quite a few actually interesting books, more like tomes actually, and they seem a lot more dustier and older, and they have that like yellowed page tinge to the extreme compared to the other books. And just by looking over it, you find two books that are part 1 and part 2. So basically, two pairs, two halves of a pair, and they're about 2,472 pages long. And it's Amnesty to Enchantment by Kedvin Rocks. Looking over, just going through all the books, it is extremely dense with words. Looks a bit boring, but like just a lot of instructional material. So yeah. And these books are massive. You would assume they weigh about maybe 12 pounds together, maybe 14, if not more. They are incredibly dense. So,
Very expensive.
You can see the crocodile's eyes just kind of spark for a bit, and she's like, I see you got yourself a good eye. For both of the tomes together, that would be 242 gold pieces.
You actually, oh, crap, my eyes go intense. There you go. So, how much was it?
242. 242.
Let's wait for Ken's response.
I think there's only one response. We're all waiting.
How about a deal?
How about whips out Mark II?
In this gun, I currently have a bullet loaded.
Are you gonna try to bargain? Okay, roll me persuasion check, Ken. I know you're good with those.
Can I help him a bit?
Roll with advantage.
Come on.
Natural one.
Actually,
Double
wait,
natural
wait,
one.
Was it persuasion?
Yeah.
Yes.
Wait. Okay,
Commanding presence.
What's your persuasion? What's your persuasion?
No, it's Ken haggling. It's Ken haggling. Let's go. He's gonna use a D8. He's gonna use a commanding presence. Let's fucking go. Okay, D8, let's go. So...
He called it.
Oh boy, it's a natural
Well,
one.
no, that's the D8.
Yes,
D8.
but I mean, it's still D8. Natural one is still a 1, so. Ooh, that's a 10.
+1 from commanding presence, 11.
She kind of looks over those heavy tomes that you're carrying, Ken. The smell of old book and webs. Just kind of stares at you back. You know what? 220 gold pieces.
Can I join in?
I have 8 on persuasion.
I'd be approaching, or like, actually I would stand nearby. What the fuck? Let's say 200. And
all right.
A few extra books for them, and a few extra books for your library. Well, oh god, you're paying 220 flat. Nice.
Let's go. Okay. So after a minute of calculating all the coin, you are free to carry out these fucking... You basically look like Moses with like 2 plaques, but you just have 2 books. Just...
You kind of look like a schoolboy.
Eric, so do you see what I wrote to you?
Oh god.
Did that a little bit ago.
Okay, so... oh my god, basically. So... Kirai.
Yeah.
Are you just gonna jump in and be like, whoop, whoop?
Yeah, I'm going to jump in, just kind of like doing whack-a-mole.
Please roll me 10d6.
Wait, did he fucking jump in the book?
No, he's jumping into the dark hole. So you take 33 bludgeoning damage.
You just found a manhole.
Oh
I can only imagine him once he hit the bottom. Ow.
That was a bad idea.
Oh my god. So here's the thing. Let me just describe play by play. First you jump in and think, you know, it's gonna be quick. Then immediately surrounded by darkness and you feel as your body gains momentum and eventually you just hear a sudden crack. And you see from your perspective looking up, you see multiple like shining lights where are the manholes and still some people jumping in. And immediately as you're like laying there, probably something sprained, something broken. A dwarven kid, maybe, I don't know, 10 to 15 years old, approaches you and just says, Mister? You alright, mister? And then another kid looks like a half elf, maybe in like young, maybe like fucking 10 to 11, comes over with a stick and starts poking you. I think he's dead.
Eye around to see. Get away!
Above the kid just immediately screech and just run away.
Understandable.
Time to check my surroundings.
Yeah. So yeah, you basically see that there's like a whole underground way for everyone to travel as well. You see quite a few like above the bark, you basically see just a whole empty area that you can just pass, and then you see the holes that you can jump in and out, and occasionally you see a person just climbing back out. And then you see a bunch of like tunnels that just go all over, and you see people coming in and out with your dark vision. If you knew where you were going, that would be useful, but you're kind of just there.
Time to go through one of the holes.
Oh my fucking god. Do you wanna
See you again later.
do you wanna like just take a pick in a direction, or you wanna roll a d16?
I rolled the d16.
Oh my fucking god, let's go. Okay. So you basically take the second closest hole that is just basically a tunnel of wood and just proceed to go. Where to? God knows where. So
See you again in like a year.
Session
He's growing a
70.
full beard.
Session 70, Kirai returns.
Until then, he plays a placeholder character.
Rob looks back. Where's Kilroy?
He'll come back somehow.
I feel a great disturbance.
Yeah. Also, Omnius.
The Great Escape.
Omnius. You also had, because you have one of the beasts just following, you just immediately sense the walking, jumping, immediately just the free fall and just crunch.
Is he still walking on the broken leg?
Don't know
Casually.
if it's broken or not. I'm still walking.
It's in pain.
You know,
Still.
Omnius is sitting there counting dragon scales. He's got those giant, like 3 giant piles in front of him at this point. And he just stops for a moment when he sees this happen. Face palms, shakes his head.
Continues.
4,273 small scales.
In my head, finding the Great Escape away from the group.
Oh god. When you're back, you're like level 17, have found 3 artifacts down there, and have become like halfway druid.
Funny that you say that.
And
Well,
like
hey,
5
that means basically a session different from you guys, if you think about it.
So, yeah.
You seriously think that is a good idea?
So, tell me this then. With your satisfying knowledge of books, where would you like to go as, despite not saying a single word, the goblin who took you here is still following you regardless?
Let me guess, you're keeping an eye on us.
I was told to be your guide for the foreseeable future of the trial, which is gonna end tomorrow with the judgment. So until tomorrow, I'm basically following you, yes.
Something we haven't done in quite a while. Quick question, how late is it right now?
It's about 10 a.m. in the morning.
Okay. In that case, ignore the question until later. I assume we have a lot of time to waste, so... Any specific wishes?
Well, no. I'm wondering what kind of vegetable platter they'd offer.
I mean, I was thinking about a bit of a bigger, afternoon / dinner treatment, including a stay overnight in this area.
No, that would be kind of interesting.
It's been a while since we stayed in some form of tavern or official establishment.
That is true.
I mean, magic is always nice, but...
I've been tired of smelling sea salt every morning.
Yeah. So yeah, any specific wishes? I certainly already got my fill out of this. Also kinda looking over to Ken, who's currently carrying around those books.
Should we find if they have any armory around? Well, armory. Weapon vendors.
Well, it really depends what's your definition of a weapon and armor. If you're looking for metal work.
Personally, I'm a spearman.
Oh, well, if spears with glass tips suffice, I guess we have a place. I said what I said.
Hector, do you mind if we investigate that? I'm curious about the glass tips.
Sure thing. And in the meantime, I'm casting Tensor's floating disc. And I'm gesturing towards Ken. If you wish to read on the way there, this should be stable enough for this purpose.
It's gonna look like you're giving Ken the royal treatment.
Any problems with that?
No, but at least he won't have to look where he's going.
I mean, I am an ambassador. Technically.
Living up to the title now, are we?
No, I won't let it go to my head.
Oh, you haven't in the past, so I trust you. Now, if Kilroy was an ambassador of something, I'd be worried. Probably an ambassador.
Hey, look at that, an hour passed. Let's continue the music back as it was. Let's go.
Wow, already?
Yeah.
Actually, can I say, while we're doing that, I'm gonna go take the time and actually do my free infusion now to make another bag of holding.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, you got in your armor, so.
For my own use. Yeah.
So, right now, do we have 2 or 3?
Wouldn't it make it just 2?
Could have sworn we had some moment where we had 2 for some. No, wait, we had 2 when we had the fruits, right?
So, yeah. What's the consensus of the party? Because now we have a 3-way split party. Let's go.
Generally, just Rog is interested in the armory. Ken is busy reading. And I'm just kind of parading Ken around towns without a real goal. So
Alright.
therefore saying, just aiming for the armory, whatever the goblin recommends. And just, yeah, following our way there.
So, the goblin just looks at you wrong and just kind of clasps her hands together while playing with her staff for a bit. Looking for just normal spears or magical spears?
You know, I think magical would serve me better.
Does wood be good enough for you, or you need glass?
Honestly, I don't care. It's a weapon's a weapon.
That will make quite a lot less travel time. I know a place that provides with magical spears of wooden kind. And yeah, she just immediately just looks away and just continues to go further down the road to the path you never seen before. Well, not seen before, but just like never traveled through. So yeah, it's up to all of you to decide what you're gonna read along the way. Ken. So I'll tell you when you finish, but as much as you now read, there's just a really long and angry monologue that you're reading about the author's disdain for metal and metal creations. And just giving you reasons after reasons why wood is superior to metal.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Would you be talking about that? Like, would you be, Oh god. Like, are you sharing stories from the book, Ken? Okay. On the one side, it could be problematic. On the other side, it could be fun.
You're just kind of reading, and it's like equivalent of like a really sophisticated man who knows his shit, crossed with a fucking rambling old madman.
Sounds like the book's barking at you, buddy.
You read something about cuckaroos are not pleased by the vibrations of the metal. They prefer wood. And there's like, you don't know if it's like a druidic term you don't get, or a reference you don't get, or just plain insanity.
Oh no, this is a book of some guy that's a wooden version of Tech Tech.
I'm gonna ask.
I think we have someone to find.
You know what would be the best?
Are you gonna ask that to the druid as well, the goblin? Oh boy. So yeah, gonna claim being new to the realm, not knowing what it means. So basically she says, that's alright. I suggest you don't read it, because at the beginning, for about 281 pages, it's all of this personal manifesto about being hatred towards the metal beings. Anything related to metal. Despite ironically having a metal wedding ring. And she just kind of doesn't say anything further and just continues on like she never said anything. And occasionally glances around.
Somebody note the metal wedding ring.
So yeah. Let's start with Omnius. Omnius, you're done with your... So, should I just DM you what you counted, or you wanna...
Oh, no, let's tell everybody.
Okay! So, you have acquired, by the scale of using your single finger as small, your hand is medium, and your whole hand is large or bigger as a scale. For the scales, you acquired 451 small scale and about 62 medium-sized scales.
And no large scales?
62.
Medium to large, right?
No, just medium as the size of Omnius's hand. Small are of a finger. And they're not a single large scale, because a lot of them just were broken down already by you folk. By using your normal scales that you have, and just scientific methods that you were well versed Omnius, you assume that there's about 2.1 tons of meat, aka muscle of the dragon, and there's about 2.5 tons of ivory from the whole foot's bone structure and the nails and the other stuff, and about 80 foot of webbing.
Square feet or just like?
No, just it. If it would be square feet, I think it would be like 20 square feet then. I know.
Yeah, you took.
Yeah, you took
Talking
30
about
feet.
what was gained by Omnius counting this.
Yes. So yeah.
Posted in TTS.
Wonderful.
Honor, this book has a melody. Yeah. You're like, the hypocrisy. Altarog, you're so fucking quiet.
I was far and my mic was not aligned towards my face.
Stupid mics. You made him look bad. Or in this case, sound bad.
Yeah. So yeah, Omnius, after you're done with your little nice endeavor, what would you like to do?
grab one of the smalls and one of the mediums and attempt to teleport to Lecter, which, as I understand it at the moment, is going to be kind of complicated. So, Lecter, you're probably about to just have an Omnius appear on your back.
Not quite on my back.
So basically, Omnius, not Omnius, Lecter. What you basically see is the sudden sensation of one of the Omnius's be just immediately just running away from you, like
okay.
Running from your running from your cavities and just flying away for a few feet before just Omnius just plump manifests.
Okay. Alright, sorry about that being not so graceful. 1 second, I go over to Rog and I touch Rog on the shoulder, and you see a bee come off of Omnius onto your shoulder. I tried to go to that one first. This place really doesn't like me.
Huh.
I've lost so many bees this afternoon to here. Fuck this place.
You should probably stop using them here.
I'm trying, but unfortunately, I need them to teleport back to you guys, and if they leave your bodies, something happens. And I generally just take both hands and flip off, do a 360 flip off of this whole woods.
Oh boy.
And then the Gom just escapes. We're here. And you're just looking at like a building like most of the buildings, nothing unique about it, and it just looks like any regular building. There's no markings, no nothing. And she just opens the wooden door wide and walks in. So as you glare into the room through the doorway and walking in, all you basically see from left to side is a bunch of fucking sticks.
Short pause, because Omnius most certainly does not walk in. He takes the medium and the small scale, hands them both to Lecter, puts 10 bees on each of his hands when he does this, and says, "Yeah, fuck this place."
I just imagine Omnius starts furiously hyper around
I can imagine him fuming.
Yeah, it's like fuck.
Literally
light roasted honey.
Literally fuming.
Yeah. He's literally fucking Isaac Clarke on a stomping rampage, like, shit, fuck, motherfucker.
This may sound weird, but I'm actually, sending message to one of the bees. Don't want to waste sending. Sending to one of the bees and just kindly ask, "Are you okay?"
Omnius, a new revelation happened to you as you vanish back to wherever you vanished. Immediately your screen just starts to flash as you receive the message. And one of the bees that you left, it gives you the message in Lecter's voice.
He poofs out of his teleport and takes a couple of steps in a stomping huff, stops dead in his tracks when this happens. Whoa, and that part comes through, by the way, in his response. Whoa, taps his head a couple of times.
Ting, ting, ting.
Yeah. Hello? Oh, this thing. Shit, I'm almost out of words. Fuck. Fine. I'm good. And then about that point, I would have run out of words.
Cut all
I
of
wonder
that.
how far I traveled.
It's good to know that he seems to receive this.
I'll notify you when you come across something interesting, Killer, because you're just walking through a occasionally slightly lit corridor of darkness with no one.
Well, I'm doing dance night, so I'm seeing too.
Okay, fair. After 2 minutes of walking with dancing lights, immediately they get dispelled.
Now try doing it again!
After another minute, it gets dispelled.
I must be getting close to something.
Roll me a perception check. Kurai.
That one.
You see
That
nothing.
one, dude.
It's just like you're
Does
walking.
True Sight see anything?
No, it just sees your light, the druidic energies, and nothing else. So yeah. So Omnius, anything else you want to say to Lecter, or we can go back to what Lecter and the rest?
Oh no, his response was like 90% confusion noises.
In subtitles, confusion. But yeah, after having that back and forth with Omnius for a second, you basically walk into, you wouldn't even call a store, more like a place full with sticks. Like literally sticks, like sharpened looking sticks.
So
And
when you meant wood, you meant literally just wood.
and no. And what do you see at the end of like the room is a counter, and you see this half-elf male, maybe in his like 40s, short black hair, missing an eye, covered by an eye patch. His right hand is gone, and it's replaced by a literal like replacement of a tree in his hand, and he's just like sharpening another stick, and just looks at you and says like, hey people, how are you?
Bonsai attachment, very creative.
Good. I've been wondering, do you have any spear or pike comparable to my weapon here that is magical quality and if or better?
I heard nothing of it. Why are you so quiet? Sometimes you... Okay.
Just... Hello. We are doing good, I assume. I'm here because I'm curious about the quality of your stick and if it's deadlier than my pike here. And if so, I was wondering if you have something as big and if so deadlier.
He kind of looks at your spike. Ugh. You see him looking a bit with a bit of a disgust at the metal, like point at it. Sure, we have spears that can, and he starts to like bring out different, and all of them look similar, but when you look a bit like more with perceptions of Kirai and Ken and Omnis, no. You see that there are different colorations of like how to say this. Looks like a natural wood, but they have like a natural shade of color, red, orange, ashy, and he's just like bringing one by one. It's like, we got spears that burn, and immediately the spear that is only catching on fire, and then he lets go. We got spears that shock, a bunch of electricity comes out of the tip of another. We got the that freeze. A bunch of frozen spikes just appear at the edge of one, and then she lets go all of them. It's like, yeah, we got a lot of spears. So what you want?
Please tell me they look like the core weapons, Hawaiian core weapons.
I hear nothing.
Please tell me they look like the Hawaiian koa weapons, full wood, that kind of. Hello?
Give me a second. I mean, no, literally, his weapons are literally just sharpened stick. Like, there's no, it's pure basic shit. No engravings, no beautification, nothing that would make it more menacingly. It looks like it couldn't even puncture like the skin, like your own skin rog.
Give me a second. Campaign stuff references.
You have that. It's there in general. He has a bunch of those.
Pretty much.
Yeah. Omnius and I just send different
For
interpretations.
some reason, I'm not sold on the idea that these could do much damage.
Kind of staying in the back. I'm gonna cast detect magic.
I could make a joke, but I feel like it would be distasteful. But let's just say it lights up almost every single coloration possible in this fucking room.
Okay.
Oh, God.
I just want to.
Before you say anything, because you said about not giving anything, he brings out this spear that is like, so like looks like it's been like soaked or somehow fed blood into it. As you see, there's like a bunch of engravings, like natural engravings, like a branch would have, but it has like this unsettling veiny look to it. As he kind of just gets to a throwing position, and he's like, "Would you like to be tested?"
It won't kill me in one hit, would it? So, don't mind trying it out. I want it to at least pierce the skin scale of a dragon. Very least.
You're looking for hunter weapons and you came here?
No, just weapons in general. Something effective against.
You saw him looking something under the counter, and then immediately, as you said, it's like, all right. And what are you gonna do? You're just gonna get a scale and just be like, what are you gonna do? Like what's the process?
I'm not sure what's going on right now. What's happening? What's he doing?
No, like he asked you if you're gonna try to, like, came to the shop to ask for Dragon Slayer weapons. You said no, and then he gives the as he was reaching for some.
Actually, we just finished killing a dragon. We're looking for something that can kill something like that. So Dragon Slayer, fine. Honestly, if it's so specific, maybe one of my allies. But anything that really damages.
he just kind of just extends the spear that he had with that blood vein in it, and just kind of like shows off, like says nothing, just shows it.
Okay. Can you tell me what it does specifically? Oh no, it's special, but
a lot of pain and a lot of suffering.
Okay. So is it just pain, or is it actually going to kill it?
Well, it is gonna kill whatever it's gonna hit eventually.
Fair enough.
Looking over the room, is there any specific aura about the specific stick?
Most of them are enchantment based, but they have some sort of different tinge to, like a bit of evocation to that, a bit of necromancy to that, a bit of illusion to that. But everything is based on enchantment.
Okay.
What about this stick? What does he see with this stick?
What?
Victor, tell me, what do you think? What do you think about this? Any thoughts, Ken?
About the veiny stick in particular?
Word choice. Well, I'm not the expert on martial weapons. Generally looking at it,
The properties.
if you think it's worth it.
Araxis. Honestly, I just don't want to repeat the free buying stuff, you know? Because I'm not sure about the value of an item, because it just...
Well, it's not my problem. He offered you this. He offered you to get chucked at it so you could feel how painful it is.
You know what?
I'm just gonna tap my left hand on it.
I'm gonna test it out myself.
Are you gonna try to forcefully impale your hand to it?
I'm gonna go for the forearm. That way I don't lose my my main tool.
Roll me a Constitution check.
Let's see.
Also remember, they can be like, hey, this spear does 1d8 plus, you know, just remind yourself.
Okay, so one of this 11.
So all of you just basically see Rog poke the spear, and you see a bit of blood, and then you see suddenly Rog just freezes as he just leans a bit backwards, trying to say something, and he just collapses on the ground, his face affixed, and saying not a single word. And you see he's apparently not breathing anymore as well.
Okay.
A few seconds pass, and then in view of Rog, you snap back to reality. A sudden fucking pain just is flashed through your entire body, and you feel nauseous.
Son of fuck. Yeah, it's good. How much is it?
32,000 gold pieces.
32?
It's like half our ship.
32,000.
Did I stutter?
What did you put in there, if I may ask?
Holy crap.
A lot. Maybe an imp, a kobold, a few gnolls. He kind of scratches his head with his tree arm. He kind of shrugs, can't remember the rest.
Lecter, do you think we could bargain him with some dragon materials?
The question is, would someone like him be interested? I mean,
Do you want me to barter?
I just fucking imagine Rock is trying to get up but failed, and he's just like, what a barter.
You know, okay. So, would you be interested in some gold? Hold up, you can. Okay. You wanted to say something?
Cast guidance.
So, who's rolling the 1d4? Me or you?
I think it's fine either way.
Also, Rock, when you look at your hand, you see the entire blood that just poured from your hand is now black as coal, and there's almost no liquid.
Did it suck my hand?
No, like the hand, it is no, not her hand, but like the blood is like there's no blood anymore. There's just like black and dust.
Damn! What a stick.
What a stick.
Okay.
The goblin just like, I told you.
Yep. Had to test it for myself. How much damage did I got?
You didn't, because I'm a good DM.
Oh, thank God.
That could have killed.
I'm sure it could have.
If it critted, it could have literally killed you.
Don't worry, I have revive available.
So we have dragon materials. If you're interested, we could this spear, and with a few exchanges of dragon material and gold. What do you think?
It really depends on the quality of your scales and if they're valid.
Ancient black dragon.
Yep, ancient black dragon.
You can see you can see his interest peaks as he raises an eyebrow. Well, if you truly have ancient black dragon and can bring me a sample size with more to follow, I believe we can make an excellent transaction and compensate the entire price.
All right. I was ready to make a persuasion check with +10. God damn it! Didn't even use it. Well, I can use it later. Right?
I mean, you can be smart about it. I mean,
Just pulling one of. I took 3 small scales. I'm just taking out one of those, more or less like jokey, and like lobbing it his way, like pretty much like throwing a coin.
He catches, and then Emil just turns behind, just screams, "Lala! Down now!" And you just hear some grumbling noises downstairs, like above you, even though there's just no second floor. And then you just see a bunch of like branches, like that are making the ceiling just kind of spread, and you just see this halfling female elf just kind of not halfling female, a half elf just kind of poke her head out and just like, "What, you dumbass?" I was like, customers. And then she just kind of basically jumps down the floor, and then the whole the ceiling just kind of closes off, sealing off the second floor. She just kind of comes to the counter and just takes interest in what you give in.
Now, what I would bargain is 1,000 gold piece, and
Wait a moment.
What?
I'm actually gonna message this to you, like using the message cantrip.
okay.
The answer. We don't know how many we have, so good deals are difficult right now. Let's wait for a statement.
Yeah.
Okay, so the person gives not a word, just tosses the small scale towards the girl, and she examines, and she just kind of looks back. Well, this is fresh and definitely of a mature kind. Killed probably less than a week ago.
Yesterday, to be exact.
She's good.
And then just kind of looks at you. This is your only piece?
We have a few more.
And what are you trying to... And she kind of looks over. And then look... and she kind of tries to say something, just goes, And then looks at the elf behind the counter, like, you tried to throw at one of them, didn't you?
No, poked myself.
I would say, if that's the price we're going for, I would say 60 small scales of this size, and she just kind of flicks back at whatever, who's the closest, probably Rog. 60 scales, and I say it would be more than enough to cover the cost of, is this the only thing you're buying? She just kind of immediately stops herself and just kind of puts the spear. This is the only thing you're buying, nothing else?
It depends on what else you're offering.
I mean, she looks like really, for a moment she looks really angry and then disappointed. Just kind of, darling, I told you not to wake me up unless we have a purchase available. And she just immediately grumbles and just kind of jumps, and just the ceiling opens up and she just crawls back and closes behind.
Okay, so Lecter, Ken, what do you think? Should we split it so that we pay a little gold with the scales, so we can have...
Nearly enough. Do you really want that thing?
I mean, what do you think? I'm pretty sure we could kill something with that. Maybe. Honest, how long is it?
I mean, it looks like it's maybe 5.5 feet long.
5.5.
About
180.
Yeah, 180.
Bit less maybe.
You know, it is kind of short though. Want to long.
I mean,
Oh, don't believe
nice
me.
one-handed weapon.
That's
Don't you carry around a shield anyway?
So, what were you about to say, sir?
I said that it's technically not a problem about the size, as he says that you can see him gripping the spear, and then it just becomes a bit longer.
Oh, adjustable to species. All right.
Okay. Give me a moment. I have to talk to the quartermaster. I'm gonna like see if any of the other bees are like close by.
I mean, you
Oh,
got
you all have.
yeah.
You're holding like 10.
Yes.
Yeah, it's like sitting on my shoulder or something.
They all in unison turn and look at you, like look at your face. When you turn to look at them, just like creepily, all at the same time. Yes.
Yeah,
Bonjour.
messaging one. Messaging one of them. Where do you have the scales?
Can I just say something, Lecter,
Hmm?
to you?
Yes.
Give me a number that we're willing to offer, and help me on the persuasion, because I have a +10 right now for persuasion, and probably we can get this.
I mean, it doesn't really
Better.
matter because cast guidings end after a minute, and he can recast because it's a cantrip. So don't worry about that.
Hmm. Yeah, it's fine.
I wasn't thinking. I just didn't want to waste something.
No.
It's fine. We can recast it as much as we need. So yeah, I'm gonna ask Omnius, where do you hide the scales?
You get a notification, Omnius.
They're in a few different places. I figured decentralized storage was prudent.
Continuing the message, like, slightly because I don't know how this affects you, I'm messaging a different bee every single time. Which is most likely incredibly annoying for you.
So,
oh yeah.
So
imagine like getting every answer from a different phone number.
Okay, so here's the thing. To put in perspective how Omnius feels. You know how you're like in those old school like AOL chats, and you're like chatting, and just like you're chatting in a single chat box, and then another chat box just appears. That's pretty much.
I'm sorry. You can tell me it's part of the message if it gets annoying. Nah. I'm not saying that out loud. We just got an offer for what seems to be a powerful item, which would require 60. Do we have that many small scales?
Oh, yeah, I guess I just gave you and didn't tell you. We have 450 remaining small scales and 61 remaining medium scales.
Oh, well.
Also, if they're interested in meat, we've got 2.1 tons of meat that's going bad.
Actually, in that moment, I would turn around. Sir?
Yes, as you kind of...
Are you interested in draconic meat? Muscle and flesh?
He kind of... You could see the goblin immediately just stand by between you and the counter. I'll be interested in that. And she immediately starts shooing the person behind the counter with her staff.
What are you doing?
No. I am very interested in the draconic meat. How much you have? Don't say it. And
how much do you need, and what are you willing to give?
She just walks away from the shop and kind of gives you like a fucking motion to come over.
Okay, I'm following. I was thinking she was gonna be like, "Oh shit, it's not free. I'm gonna go." Nah. Okay. In that case, I'll be pointing towards the shopkeeper. I will be right back. Conversation with the quartermaster and our guide.
You see you see the not the grin, but like the anger and the gritting of the teeth, and she's like, and he's like, "That sly snake." Give me a second. I just need to check something. Just oh my.
Wait, are we not taking what she's offering?
Shut
No,
up.
she's about to
Wait,
tell
give me
me
a
what
second.
it is.
Yeah. So
Okay, I wasn't
she.
sure what we were talking about.
I just need to make some calculations. So just okay.
Welcome to Lecter's Art of the Deal.
Yeah. What she basically says, I'm offering you 22 gold pieces per pound, and I can take as much as you have.
Allow me to quickly calculate.
I'm pretty sure that with that money we could literally buy the ship at fucking
4,200 pounds times 22. How much?
That's 100. That's 101,853.
Do you get the power of the dragon?
Okay, we could literally buy the ship like what two times at Green Shade?
Almost 2 times in that case.
Hold on. But there's
Allow
also
me
that
to-
whole side effect with the eating of the dragon meat. Do we
I don't
really
care
want to
about what
give
No,
happens.
them?
wait. First of all, Ken, that was out of character, and you don't know that.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. 'Cause
Sorry. I'm terribly sorry about that.
Also, the reason why what's it called? Why Kirai's previous character turned into a dragon is because that was originally a human that was turned into a dragon by some sort of magic, and because he hated the
okay.
magical dragon, he got turned into a dragon form. But yeah.
All right. Terribly sorry to everybody. Continue.
May I ask? The funny thing is, because he's still sitting on Tensor's floating disc, he's kind of like falling halfway.
Yeah.
I can imagine
So he's
him-
like sitting in the door frame right now.
Honestly, I can
um,
imagine him legs crossed like
Hmm?
the guys with the turban. Like, yes, arms crossed, legs crossed. Yes, I see this.
Yeah.
Good.
Wait a second. Where is it?
That much gold.
There. So, there we go. This is what Ken looks like in memes.
Oh god.
That much gold.
May I ask, is there a limit to how much you're willing to take?
Well, I assume we don't have the entire dragon. Then I would have a bit of problems for like a day or two, but
Well, I'm just gonna say we're not talking about just pounds here.
so how much you have?
Quick message to Omni.
I'm just like, I just
Wouldn't
imagine.
you happen to
I just-
know how much dragon meat we have?
Make her keep.
Conservative estimate, a little over 2 tons, I'd guess.
I have 2 tons and I'm carrying 12 pounds on me.
Okay, at least 1.5 tons.
Well, she immediately like gets flabbergasted for a moment, but she keeps her cool. That's a lot, but not something I couldn't handle. The main problem, I guess, is meat tends to go vile in a week or so without proper.
Salted.
Roger, are you in this conversation?
I'm right there.
Okay, so then we said
Just like
no.
standing behind the door frame.
no, no.
Unless we're specifically silent.
She immediately pokes you with a staff. No, salted dragon meat is worthless. So
Want it cooked?
she just ignores you, Raw. Just talks to her. Raw dragon meat gets bad in about a week. I couldn't acquire that much money immediately, but I could acquire like 30,000 gold pieces and probably the rest in the following 2 weeks.
Well, let's just say, basing on the fact that the dragon was killed yesterday, that means you have 6 days until it gets back. And with 30,000 gold piece, that's still more than half a ton that you could already take off us. If interested, I assume we can prepare a trade immediately.
Well, if you got a place where everything is, I can gather all of it in less than 6 hours. But depending if it's all in the same
I think
place.
direct access is going to be difficult. Never message to Omnius. Have you centralized the storage for the meat?
Well, it's split between 2 places, but not really evenly. I could move it all over to one. It would be on the hill just outside of Forgenite, though. Not sure if we want to show them where that is.
No, something secluded would be better. Well, I mean, we certainly can move it to a single space. Another message? God.
Okay, I'll be right back. Give me a second.
Yep.
Hold
Okay,
on a
we
minute,
have
Lecter. I need to start closing out some of these chat boxes. You keep opening up a new one every time you send this.
Oh, God.
Do you, Omnius, does Omnius have a cold area like
Nope.
Oh, that's sad. You could literally
not
have
yet.
a natural refrigerator.
Yeah, that would
I mean,
be
he's
nice.
built like one.
These
need
two these two current storage areas contain all of the dragon meat, right?
Well, those two, that's where the meat is scattered between. I've got the meat, or got the. So some of the scales are at all 3 locations. Most of the webbing is at another place. A whole bunch of the bone is split between a couple. Oh, we have like 2.5 tons of bone. I don't know.
We'll get to that later. So, would it be possible to like separate out roughly half a ton to a separate location?
Well, that's about how much is on the. It's about as much as it's Victor's Grove right now. So.
Would it be possible to invite someone there for a purchase?
It ain't one of them fucking druids, is it?
It is one of the fucking druids. Offering roughly 30,000 gold pieces for this meat.
Oh my God.
If they come over here and do anything to fuck with my bees, I'm killing them.
Okay. But you're not denying access, are you?
No, that's at Victor's Grove. There's a tree nearby.
Okay. A question to you. Talking to the goblin.
Just call me Tasha.
Okay. Are you capable of long distance communication? Sending messages?
Yes.
I'll already give you this. I'll take like one of the bees and sit it on her hand. This is a connection to our quartermaster. He is the one currently holding the meat. Back to this. In that case, we would need to get them to Victor's Grove. What would be the most efficient way to do that? Can you just describe the specific tree?
What amount are we selling? Are we selling the larger or the smaller amount?
The smaller amount, half a ton.
So, in that case, I mean, I need to know of the tree, but I don't know exactly the location of it.
So we're trading the meat for the gold and the spear. Makes sense to me.
No, this deal is about gold. The other deal with scales is about the stick. Or staff.
Oh, okay. So the scale.
Rog, are you like still in the doorway, just between the entrance?
He can't get out because Ken is blocking the way.
Oh, so you just hear the fucking hey, psst, hey, Rocky, the man with the spear is trying to get your attention.
I'm going to him. Yes.
Do you want to buy anything else?
Well, I wonder. Is there anything that can? Okay, I know this one can immobilize. What do you would you say a big fellow like me could use to take down something that's flying? Got anything for that?
Depends on the distance.
I'd say what's the farthest you can go?
He just raises a finger with his fucking tree hand, and out of it comes a single white shard of wood. About a mile.
A mile. That sounds really interesting. All right.
And what you basically see is like a branch that looks like it just has been like shaved without any branches. It's a small lean piece of wood that has this hooked edge, and it looks like you could just snap it with your 2 fingers. But he's handling it with like a really intense care.
Okay. Can you explain to me how it works?
If you've seen the creature or know the creature, you can throw the spear in the direction of the creature, and up to an hour it will reach the creature, and then you can pull the creature towards you.
That sounds very effective. And it just comes back just like that, or do I have to do a special command or something?
It's a feel. But be warned, if you're pulling something that is really heavy, I hope you have quick feet.
Oh, so it's gonna just come rushing at me.
He just shrugs. Yeah.
Okay. No, that's still very effective. Still very effective. And how much is that one?
We talking gold or scales?
Well, let's say gold for now. Let's see that.
80,000 gold pieces.
Holy crap. Oh boy. Once they're done talking about that type of meat, I'm gonna ask.
Wait, how many small scales did they say it was for the thing?
For the 32k spear, it's 60.
Okay.
And we have a whole bunch of them.
Scale-wise, how much is this one?
He starts to calculate in his head. Maybe like 135.
You see like a hand shaking side to side from the door.
How about instead of what was it, 125? How about we go for a good 30 scales? I think that much more since.
Did you just downgrade it from 135 to 30?
Okay, how much is the blood-sucking spear?
60.
Okay. And how much was it in gold?
32,000.
How much was the throwing one?
80,000.
80,000. Oh, 80. I heard 18.
Okay.
I'm still here waiting.
Yes, because he decided to go into like a highway, just wandering around. What do you expect? You're gonna find adventure?
No, I'll think about it.
Hey, the only way of finding adventure is going for it.
I'm kind of looking over not Lecter. Why am I always fucking up between the two? Squeezing towards Lecter with a bit of a hush hush. These are very expensive sticks.
Just nodding. So you need, if you were to actually buy this, you would need access to the place where it's stored, right?
Yes.
Any specific requirements so you can visit that place?
I need to know the tree or the vicinity of it.
Is it enough if you see the place once?
Yes.
Okay. Before we go there, I should warn you, in case you harm any of the there living insects or plants, the owner of this place will certainly get angry and might attack you.
She just raises a finger. Are you gonna teleport us?
No.
Okay.
At least not fully.
She just gonna choose her head. Okay.
You guys
just wait here for a moment. Trust me, what I'm doing is going to be fully fine. I'm just going to share something with you. Will you allow me? I'm putting out one hand.
Sure. She looks a bit confused, and her ears are kind of start to flop a bit.
Okay. If she puts her hand on mine, I'll wait like 20 seconds, and after that, I'll cast Modify Memory so that the last 10 seconds look like I showed her a vision of the place because I know how it looks.
Okay, so she allows you to modify her web memory, and she really just like starts squinting, looking around, a bit stressed, and then you let go. It's like, oh, I guess I got it. Okay then.
Before entering the place, please at least provide part of the money.
Didn't you say to take that up to the quartermaster?
He's gonna be there, so.
So I'll see him,
and
she just touches the tree, the nearest wall.
Omnius, from now on, it's up to you.
And immediately you just see the familiar goblin just flop through one of the random trees, Omnius, in Victor's Grove, right?
Yeah, having watched all of this in real time, like from Lecter's like shoulder, and then like I'm watching the goblin go into the tree there, and then in like my real self watching the goblin come out of the tree over here, like that is weird.
Oh, she just looks around, looks at you. Ah, I seen you. So that's where you went.
Hello. I guess the quartermaster. This is my Cronin squirrel, and that's a bunch of dragon parts.
Okay. She kind of waves to the squirrel, and it just kind of waves back a bit too enthusiastically, and the goblin kind of looks.
Didn't you kill that thing?
About that.
Okay.
Yeah, and she just over. I guess the meat is in like the in the vicinity.
Yeah, like so since I've been counting and like getting everything figured out, there's like a small pile of scales, a small pile of slightly bigger scales, a decent sized pile of meat that I was gonna say was about 1.5 tons of, or no, this one, yeah, I have it split. If it's 1.5 tons is by Forge Night, so this is like the remainder.
She just kind of
0.6 tons or 0.7 tons.
She just kind of overlooks the whole treasure trove that you have of dragon stuff. It's like, wow. Where did you find yourself a dragon to kill?
We have a party member who just shit like this just sort of happens to him. He's our kill guy.
Lucky for you. A lot of people would murder for a person like that. Oh, and she just kind of starts overlooking the meat.
I chuckle like, oh, well, it's we've had to try very hard not to murder that particular person.
She just starts observing the meat. And yeah, speaking of which, Kirai, roll me a perception check, because it's up to you now to see what's good. Because you've been traveling a lot, and with each dancing light, it just becomes more quicker that the spell just dispels.
Once it hits 30 seconds, I just screw it, put on dark vision, the goggles.
Okay. You see in the corners, and just in the crooks and nannies, sleep small fey creatures that are actually getting agitated by you casting dancing lights, and they flicker something at you, and then the dancing lights disappear. You assume that's probably some sort of counter spell or a dispel magic to your shenanigans. But besides that, you've been traversing through this fucking tunnel for an hour. You see not a single living soul. Until you start to hear a bunch of echoing voices of children having a discussion out loudly, but above all that, you hear one voice, a female voice, just commanding over the children. As you come across this more lit area by fireflies and just natural light phenomena in the cave, you find yourself in a den with about 200 children sitting or just crouched or just whatever they want, just sitting in a position and listening to tutorage by what you assume is like a druid, if not an art druid, who is a human, light red hair, long hair, and just kind of just teaches the children in the ways of the druid. So, Kirai, what would you like to do?
Sits down and listens.
Yeah, everybody just fucking.
I was basically going just. Moment I see all that, find a spot to just listen.
Alrighty.
Time for Kirai to become a druid.
Unironically, are you gonna sit through the whole lesson?
Might as well.
Roll me intelligence check.
Oh. He's gonna gain defeat. Druid initiate.
Shh. Just roll me intelligence.
12.
Roll me a d4. Congratulations, Kilrai! By sitting through the next 30 minutes of through this requirement, you learned a new cantrip.
Oh?
Druid.
Training montage.
You gained the trait Druidcraft. Or the cantrip Druidcraft. As a free cantrip! Congratulations! Because even if adolescent children as young as 4 can learn Druidcraft, so can ancient 200-year-old fucking elf. Let's go.
Alrighty.
So yeah. But what else you notice is that this whole place is just littered with children, not older than 9 or 10. And despite children coming and going, the tutor just teaches them without like a break, without a hesitation, and nothing is repeating from her mouth.
Nice.
Charisma 20.
Honestly, I would see druids just going through with it, and if they leave it, they come back. Completely chill.
So, Kirai, what are you gonna do? Because there is no more like like nowhere to go. There's only one, like, you can chill in the room, back the way. So you're gonna take a while to come back.
I'm just gonna stay there and try and learn some more stuff.
Oh my fucking god!
You gave him something, he wants more.
Roll me intelligence check again.
Now he's got the itch. See, look what you did. You got him chasing the
Roll
dragon.
me a d4. Okay. Oh my fucking god. Oh
Maybe
my.
we should all go there.
Time for us all to pick up some druid levels.
Yeah. No. That's the best part. You don't need to be a druid to know druid cantrips.
And I'm just learning it.
So, my good sir, if you didn't have the cantrip, mold earth, now you know how to mold earth as a free cantrip.
Aw.
Oh god. So, with that being said and done, it's gonna take a while to Kilroy, unless Kilroy wants to go more.
2 more times.
2 more times. I'm just saying, after those 2 more times, you're gonna take like 4 hours until you're out of that cave. Like, back to where you...
I probably won't come out for a full day.
No.
See you tomorrow.
Okay.
Well, he's gone. Get a new character.
Yeah, just roll. Just roll so we know already what's gonna happen. Mental fatigue sets into too much knowledge, 4-point exhaustion. Ooh.
I'm tired thinking about it. Then again, it would be good for lots of people.
Hirai.
Yeah.
One more time. Just one more time. Okay. This time, roll me a d6.
It's the final countdown.
Oh my god. Okay. So, you know how druids can like get a spell list, and they have a special spell list. Yeah. So, you learn an ability called Fairy Fire, if you didn't have it already. But after that...
That'll be nice.
Yeah. After that, roll me just an insight check. As you've been listening for this woman for hours upon hours, you basically stayed alongside while majority of the people, if not all, have been replaced by like twice over. There is something calming about the woman's voice. Something reassuring. Something familiar about her. But you don't really know why.
Yo, mama.
I think Carol would recognize her mom. Or would he?
Red hands
Her?
can
Oh, teaching at a druid school.
the big bad red hands in disguise.
Oh no.
After that 3rd time of getting the being there, I'll go and see if I do history, if I recognize anything.
Roll me a history check. You're right.
That it takes you 3 times to do that is kind of funny to me.
Yeah. I mean, he.
25.
What can I say? Kirai stayed a while and listen. Kirai.
Yeah.
It is nice. It is comforting. It is familiar. To the point that it's too comforting and it's getting a bit awkward. Either you're having some sort of deja vu, somebody's trying to manipulate your psyche, or you've been this place before, heard these teachings before. Because alternatively, why would you be so quickly to learn these spells? Or maybe relearn them? Now that is a question. isn't it?
Yes, that is.
So, and Kirai continues to listen for the lectures for a while. So back to the goblin and the giant metal warforged.
I may have just cursed us all.
While you guys do that, I'm gonna get ready to start driving back over there.
What did you
I'll
do?
be
Yeah, good luck.
Call.
My God,
Safe
what
travels, my dude.
Yeah.
epic training montage. Oh my God. So, yeah, Omnius, the goblin Tasha examines the fucking meat. Just kind of saying some stuff like,
I figured it'd be one of the best places. It's like cool, a little cooler back here in the cave. Didn't really have much in the way of storage. They didn't give me any fucking direction for what I was supposed to do with this shit.
I mean, despite the condition it's in, and she kind of looks around, it's still like somewhere like like blood stain from your battle, just still there. Yeah, he did quite an adequate job. So since the meat is here and they were not kidding as you had a lot, I guess it's gonna take a minute, so I guess I'm paying you?
Yep.
Okay.
From what I could glean from your conversation, you were offering 22 gold a pound, about 700 pounds there.
She kind of nods to her, well, not to Seth, but to you. That is exactly the price. And then she just kind of waits there, just patiently. Any minute now. So, how nice little cave. This is your grove.
No, it was somebody else's. It's I mean, out there just outside the entrance is a fairly important grave. It was a whole thing. A couple of people died here. You ever heard of a Leshen?
Not that I have. Oh.
Nah. Well, let's see. Oh, I don't think my hollow recorder was working then. I don't think I have any recordings of that one.
Interesting to see a creature of full metal able in druidic arts. How do you even feel?
It's actually kind of complicated, and I'm not exactly sure how it works. I wasn't originally like this. I mean, I guess that's what 2,900 years sitting in a field will do to you.
You know, I know a few dozen druids who, by just thinking of being something equivalent or close to you, they would rather just skin themselves alive and bleed on the ground in a batch of salt.
To each their own, I guess. I'm personally not a fan of the frailties that come along with being an organic. Kind of look her up and down real quick. Look at myself, tap my chest a couple of times, ting ting. It has its benefits. Plus, bees. I like make a little swarm of bees appear in front of my hand. Like, don't you love bees?
Not really. I don't really.
I got glowy blue bees. I've got I've got purple bees.
I love the fact that at the beginning you're like, if she touches a single bee, I'm gonna murder. You're like, look at these
I got
bees.
this, and I got this. And
Yeah.
I got this.
Yeah. And she's like, I was never a fan of bees. They always sting. Oh. Speaking of which, and then immediately a massive purplish portal opens up, and from it come a dozen red-capped goblins. And Omnius, you know what Pathfinder is. You know what red-capped goblins are, or death caps. As all of them just kind of look at Tasha like, "This is it," as they kind of point at the meat, and she just kind of nods. And all of them just kind of get their scythes out, and they have like each individual bag, and just start carving up and just getting any slices, just nicely preparing, and putting them in their bags of holdings. as the whole operation happens, one of the goblins appears with her bag of gold and just kind of checks at Tasha. Pleasure doing business with you, and they just kind of nod as all of them just kind of finish with their shopping and go back for the portal. And then Tasha looks at you. So do I give you gold or how
I
are
mean,
we?
it's gonna end up at it's gonna end up with Lecter eventually anyway. So you can give it to me. I can get it to him.
Okay. And then she
I
just
do have a question about your place, though. Uh, is it the fact that my bees are made of metal, or like what is it about your place that causes my bees to go funky? Because I'm not. That's why I'm not going back over there.
I would guess maybe because it's been a focus, a capital city for all druids, all kinds, skins, good and bad, for almost 2 millennia, and it just has that type of aura. Uh, I don't really know why your bees are acting up.
Yeah, it's like when they touch anything over there, they go back. They basically go native. They no longer are part of the swarm, and it's very disconcerting. Yeah.
Maybe because you have many bees, and that's why you don't have like big enough grass, you know.
Hmm. Upgrade time. Also, do you know any of your druid friends who might be good at building a big wooden ship, like sailing ship?
Uh,
Because if they haven't asked that question yet, I feel like I should.
I mean,
Bartering for sailing ships. Good idea.
well, I'm not much for sailing type, never liked the ocean. But if you came back to the Cradle Rocks, you can just head up north for like 2 hours on foot, or maybe an hour and a half if you have something faster, and you will reach the sea. And yeah, there are ports, and oh, supposedly what people think. Yes, you can in fact make an entire ship out of a single sapling.
So that I wasn't wrong. There are druid shipbuilders.
I
Fair.
just
Thank you very much for this information.
she just kind of shrugs and just kind of uh, puts her hand into the bag of holding, looks around a bit, and then pulls out a purple bag. And she keeps that to herself and then chucks you the rest of the bag. As promised, 30,000 gold pieces, but I can't really give, like, I would really love to get more of that meat, but Sally, like your friend said, they want the money first, which I don't have at the moment.
Fair. If you've got any tips or tricks or ideas for how we could better preserve what we've got, I could implement some better storage procedures. I'm personally not against opening up a line of credit, but I can't make that decision myself. You're gonna have to talk to the boss man.
Uh, well, it's really complicated because, especially dragon meat, which is highly acidic, requires a bit more than basic refrigeration.
Understandable, which is why I'm not opposed to opening up a line of credit so that an expert who knows how to handle this material can take care of it and get it processed before any goes to waste. But again, it's not my decision. I will advocate for a line of credit to the boss man, but best I can do is, you know, suggest it. After that, it's up to him.
I mean, technically, also Lecter and Rog, what are you doing this very moment?
I'm just standing there idly, and like every 10 minutes, I would ask for a status update from Omnia.
I mean, technically, at this point, as you're having that advocate for credit, you would get the status from Lecter because it's been less than 10 minutes before everything just gets packed up.
Oh, hey, boss. Uh, she's got a crew came in here, took care of getting dragon meat out of here. I've got a bag that I haven't checked to make sure, but I'm assuming it has the money. We're discussing the potential for a line of credit so that she can get some of the rest of this meat moved before it goes bad, but That's your choice, boss man.
Approved.
Approved. Full line of credit, extending to how much? What are we keeping in reserve?
Let her make the deal.
Fair. Are we keeping any in reserve?
A few £100. If she
Alright.
comes up with any kind of idealized storage, maybe move that over there as well. But let's keep a few pounds to ourselves.
Roger, roger.
Fucking droid.
I need help with the stick decision.
Wish you to get us.
So, yeah. After that, I would have to walk in like a circle to get Tent's floating disc out of the way.
Yeah.
Maybe even we should check the glass sphere guy if we want to evaluate pricing.
So, there's one last thing I would like to check before making the final decision on the pricing for this. We've already approved most of it, including the availability for the currency. Could I have that stick again for a moment?
I'm funny enough, he never asked for it back, so I'm just putting the stick in Lecter's head.
Okay.
Identify.
Oh my god, you identified the black vein stick?
Yes.
Oh my god. So, 10 minutes or 1 minute?
1 minute.
Okay.
Don't have anything else. to waste my
You
spell slot on.
wanna write this down?
Give me a second. Ready?
Crimson red vein is a spear that can modify to be a short or a long spear up to 15 feet.
Okay.
Oh my god. It does 4d12 plus 40 necrotic damage.
Ha! Holy! Oh!
You see Electa's eyes widen as the spell just continues to take shape.
So you wrote that down?
Yep.
Always critically hits on angelic or divine entities.
Yes.
Oh yeah. Also, of course, it is a strength and a strength and dexterity weapon. So like Kent's gun, when you hit, you use your strength and agility plus your proficiency to hit.
So both.
Yes.
Okay.
Struck people or struck person, individual, whatever one, needs to make a Constitution saving throw of DC 23.
Yeah.
Or be paralyzed and poisoned for 1d6 turns.
Okay.
And there's just a small postscriptum after all of this. Oh, wait, did I mention it? It's a +5.
Nope, you didn't mention that.
It's a +5. So, and there's a small postscriptum.
Yeah.
Despite what this power gives, it also takes away an equal amount.
Um. Does identify detect cursing?
No, we did this the last session. No, it does
Oh
not.
yeah, I remember. Well, that shall be Rock's problem. Um.
Just if it was a
Well, never seen an unholy artifact before, but that certainly looks close. I'm handing the thing back to the shopkeeper.
Okay.
Once this side deal is finished, I'll arrange the moving of the dragon scales.
So, speaking back to the people with Rog and Tasha, not Rog, Tasha, Omnis Tasha, are you just gonna like show Tasha where the thing
No,
is?
no, no. I have a plan for all that, but I was going to wait for when we got back to me.
Oh, yeah, so,
Are we doing that?
yeah, because
Oh, okay. So I've been approved for a line of credit. One moment, calculating. 3,250 pounds remaining, roughly, for sale. At the given rate, puts us at about 75,000 gold. In a line of credit, additional to be paid as soon as convenient, preferably possible. I can have the remainder here, probably within a minute if you need it.
well, if you can provide it within a minute, I can provide the process to getting you paid in less than 2 minutes.
Excellent. I would recommend I will get the material here and then you go speak with Lecter. He's usually very adamant about contractual obligations and legal proceedings. I'm sure he can take care of getting the credit agreement drawn up. So if you'll follow me out to the front, because I'm going to need a little bit more space. And then I lead her out to the front of Victor's Grove. There's the area that I spent the time to make bloom right over where Victor had died and all that. I'm going to cast Enlarged on myself, and by my math, that should increase my carrying capacity to about 960 pounds. I'm not carrying very much at all. So, and I've got 1 minute of that. So for the next minute, I'm just going to teleport back and forth. Teleport, take 15, 18 seconds to grab his 500-pound chunk of meat, teleport it back to Victor's Grove. Rinse, repeat until I've moved all but 250 pounds of the meat.
Okay, so you deliver all the meat in the minute. And then once you finish with your job, you look around to look for Tasha, but Tasha is missing.
Fair. I mean, I'm just waiting at this point. Looking through Lecter to see if she's where Lecter is.
No,
just
she's not there.
Checking the bees.
She's missing. A minute passed, 2 minutes passed. Of course, the whole 10 minutes passed. The lecture wants the update, so.
One
Any
moment,
difficulties?
Lecter. I'm gonna walk back into the cave over between that 10 minutes and see if any of the rest of the stuff, which was some bone and a small pile of scales, are still actually in there.
They're still there.
Fair enough. And then wait for the 10-minute mark. Lecter sends me a message. Well, we discussed a line of credit, and I got the rest of the material here. She appears to be missing.
One of your bees suddenly detects her, like you're frantically looking, and she just manifests somewhere 500 feet away from the grove in the forest thicket. And she seems to be talking with someone as she's making her way back towards the location of the cave.
Correction, she has reappeared. 1 moment.
But she's looking up to someone, like she's talking to someone, but you hear nothing, and you don't see what she's talking to.
Can I make a note that she did say that people would kill for material?
Yep. We're taking a fair bit of this on faith, seeing how far it goes.
Honestly, I want to see your defenses. So.
You probably don't.
I can see a whole cloud.
Oh yeah,
Just all
it
of
takes
the-
it takes a good minute before she just from where you see to basically in your actual vicinity as a person, she just comes out of the forest, and you just see there's just a sudden rush of wind and just spreads all around the field, just like unmovable force, and she just kind of looks at you. Well, that was weird, but alright. So you got to meet them, and she just kind of rubs her hands a bit and just comes a bit closer to you.
Yeah, I gesture to the large pile.
One more minute, and then once it's so a minute passes, the same familiar purple portal opens up. The same familiar red caps show up with their scythes and blades, carving up the dragon into neat little pieces. And despite finishing what he did, is they still throw bags of this purplish content towards Tasha as she gets them, and then looks at you. This is not gold. This is something for me personally.
Oh, fair. Yeah, barter in whatever thing you wish. Yeah, at this point, you're gonna have to speak with Lecter and get that line of credit contract drawn up. But
Speaking of which, also just to put in perspective, that about 15 to 20 minutes have passed. Ken, Rog, and of course Lecter, are you been doing anything besides that while you're just waiting for?
Well, my spell took a bit.
What were you casting?
Examine the other sphere.
For now, I'm only casting it on this one. Like I said, I'm not really too good on the other one. Sticking to the first one.
10 minutes to the.
I mean, I can if you really want to.
Honestly, Ken and Lecter can cast Identify. So.
Ken is reading.
Oh, right.
That's if they have powerful mans for an affordable price. He just kind of like squints a bit. Well, I'm more of a spear guy, not really a wand guy. You know. Fair enough.
Fair enough.
Okay, but yeah, are you gonna cast? Are you gonna try to identify for the other spear or?
If provoked to do so, yes.
Provoke.
So, the other one is basically like a magical harpoon to reel back in and stuff. But it's cost way more than the bloody vein one. Do we
Okay.
identify that?
Still taking note of it. Then, identify may start.
Oh boy!
Ready to write.
Oh my god. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Gailey's harpoon. Oh boy.
Yes.
Exasperated.
It is a mythical item. It is a +5 long spear and or short spear. It does divine damage. It does the same, basically same attributes as the Crimson Blood Vein staff.
So 40, 12 plus 40.
Yes, but instead of necrotic, it does divine damage. It bypasses any resistances. Additionally, this spear, instead of doubling the damage, it triples the damage, and thus, and instead of only for 20s, it's natural 90s and 20s.
20, yeah.
And of course, the ability of Cassandra's Pull. Once per day, the wielder can target an individual if they seen or known or have any knowledge of it being around 1 mile of his or hers radius, and can throw the spear for the spear to attack the target. Once the spear hits the target, it will automatically pull the target to the caster's location.
Is there a size limitation?
No. No size, weight, or... The only limitation is plane. It can only be in one plane. So if the person who's getting thrown at it casts plane shift, or the target casts plane shift, the spear is fucked.
Okay, so let's not throw it at red hands.
Damn. Anything about this auto crit on?
No, there's no auto crits.
Okay. Well done.
More advantages than downside.
The downside is the price.
Yeah, but if we buy just the whatever the name's harpoon is,
Yalees.
Yalee's harpoon, I think for capture. Honestly, I need my range. But if you don't want to, you have the control over the stuff. Don't mind.
So yeah.
So quick note. Crimson.
Crimson.
So Crimson Red Vein was 60, right?
60 versus 132. Wait, 135. Wait. 120. Oh god, I underpriced the fucking shard. Never mind. I'm gonna go with it.
So 130, 120?
135.
135. Yeah.
Should we at least try to get it to 130 clean?
It's out of character. That is a ridiculous amount of our wealth to be spending on one item.
Agreed.
Yeah, but also the weapon who does 40, 12 plus 40.
Isn't that like a upcasted power word? What is it?
I mean, yeah, it's really expensive weapon, but it also is really fucking good. It's up to you to decide.
We're worrying about getting a large boat that helps the entire party, almost consistently, considering that we're playing in an archipelago-based world, or we can spend the same amount of money to get one person a badass weapon. Seems like a bad trade.
Oh wait, I just realized. Omnius. Oh, I'll need to have a talk with you in after the session. I think I forgot to tell you something about this game, or show you technically.
At this point, we basically have multiple options for this boat.
So yeah, so the goblin just gives you the pouch Omnius, the 30,000 gold pieces, and of course waits for the dragon, other pieces getting just hacked. Yeah, she just kind of goes, gets to a tree, just teleports out, and then reappears basically between the doorway of the shop. and just kind of looks at you, Lectern's like, well, pleasure doing business with you. I'll notify you in the following weeks.
So I assume you struck a deal with our colleague Omnia.
Aye.
What's exactly the rate that you will be paying for this?
Didn't we talked about it? She kind of was a bit confused.
Did you talk to Omnius about it?
Yes.
Okay. Message to Omnius. Did you discuss the price already?
Yeah, line of credit should be for about 75K, boss.
Understood. In that case, quick note, writing the formal version of that, like credit agreement for 75K. Was it? Line of credit we made. 75K, right?
Well,
therefore-
yes, but also maybe don't have a specific amount. Maybe around that for dirt,
Of an average
insects. Yes, she nods.
Major problems with quality may lower, and special fines may rise the price. If any specific pieces come up that are at least due to any kind of reasoning, either with less or more, that specific part of the price shall be renegotiated. In case something like this happens, please inform us in both cases.
All right. Noted.
Other than that, this will be signed in trust, but also, at least hopefully, in ink. I'll hand her my middle finger, pointing out the piece of paper.
She just gets your like your middle finger and just starts drawing on her hand and just imprinting with the freshly ink onto the side of the paper.
Well, certainly a unique signature. I'll take back both the paper and the
she
finger,
kind of
and just put it back in place, like and then formally, I now have a credit contract with Tasha, right?
Yes. That you are basically are needed to be paid 75K, equivalent amount of gold for the goods of, you know, the dragon meat. So, yeah. So what about the rest of you? Just chilling, because this store, it's about noon. It's about midday. You're just... Brock, why are you so quiet?
The possibility of 48 damage plus 4, basically making it 88 damage in one go, is kind of...
Okay, just to put in perspective, this weapon alone is probably the most damage-dealing weapon that is compared to any other original non-homebrew item in D&D.
Triple crits if I get a 19 or a 20.
Yeah.
So the percentage is up for the crit, tripling the possible damage output of 88 3 times.
Or you could just make your own, or have something else made that, you know, if you're gonna put 135K into something, you might as well make it.
Oh, no. 135 scales.
Oh, what was the gold value?
80K.
80K.
I had that mixed up. I thought the 60 and the
Okay.
135 were monies.
So
Well, that's significantly cheaper than I originally thought. Yeah, for that value, it's justifiable.
okay, thank God, because honestly, I'm not gonna miss another deal again, especially not with Iraxis.
So,
he remembers the.
Yes, I remember you, asshole.
so, now knowing the properties of both items, and more or less saying that Omnius is currently this group's Draconic Quartermaster. Sorry, I kind of assigned that position to you. I'm telling you about both items and their respective prices in Dragon Scales and Gold. What is your opinion on this situation? Powerful items on the line.
Are you
Powerful
asking?
weaponry.
Wait, you're asking?
I think he's asking me.
Oh,
Yeah.
you.
Well, boss, we technically could afford it. If they're only wanting 135 of our small scales, that'd put us down by about a third. I don't know. Oh, I didn't tell you either. I talked with her. There's shipbuilders in the north. Druids, shipwrights, the whole 9 yards. I'm gonna go check that out later.
Okay. Certainly something to do tomorrow after the execution.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Also, speaking of, are we gonna try to do anything about that? Like, I don't know. If I could get a tow or something.
I see where you're going with this. I certainly have some questions for the person, but I don't think I will be able to get to them before the execution, so... if you can get a piece, feel free to keep it.
Fair enough.
So.
Alright, well, although it is expensive, I approve the sale.
So, still, which of these items would you approve? Both?
Oh shit, boss, that means I need to bring you scales, right?
It would, sadly.
Fuck.
Damn it, I have to go back there. Try to put one of my bees, like, I don't know. Hey, Rock's still got that spear, right? Have him go outside and hold the spear at like arm's length with the bee at the end of it.
You mean the really expensive spear?
No, his actual, like, doesn't he have just a regular ass spear?
Okay, Rog,
Pike.
could you take out your pike, please? Please, come with me at that.
I'll follow him. I look at the shopkeep.
Yeah, hold the pike over here. I'm just setting one of the bees on the pike. Kinda honestly excited about what's gonna happen.
Do I still have connection to the bee?
You still have the connection to the bee.
Okay, so I'm gonna teleport around, take care of getting 135 small scales together.
Honestly,
I am going to cast one spell on something nearby, so it's going to take me about a minute and a half before I get there, and then I'll be there.
Oh my god! So
I can only imagine the scales, like the tons of scales we have, are gonna look like a charcoal pile.
okay. So after a minute, here comes fucking Omnius with a bunch of fucking scales, just like, I don't fucking like this place. But yeah. Omnius, what are you gonna do with those scales? Are you gonna drop on the floor, like on the ground? You're like, here, take it. Hello?
Sorry, I was sending you the message for what I was doing otherwise. No, I'm gonna go up and hand him. I've got a bag in one hand. Well, actually, I do the Bender style, reach into my chest and pull out the bag that I got from one chick. It's like, so I think this is the 30K. You might want to count it. I haven't had time to yet. And
I think I have something to do for tonight then.
Yeah, there you go. Something to keep you busy. Also, keep reaching into my chest and just keep pulling out scales. I got these and these and these and
so
there's one or two more.
And then you just see if anybody's paying backwards to the shop, you just see the man just like staring at you, just fucking seeing the scales pouring out, and he just fucking screams, "Lana!" And then the familiar grumble. She doesn't even peek her head over. She just fucking opens a fucking slit and just like, what? And she just sees the fucking scales from Omnius. It's like, oh shit. Okay.
falls out of the ceiling.
Almost. And just starts like not grab, but like tastefully picking anything that falls to the ground. So yeah. 2 minutes pass and all the scales have been counted. 135 scales of optimal size of being small, and by Lana's inspection, every single scale is fucking legit. So
Okay, now where's that thing? I need to copy paste it now.
yeah. So yeah. Transaction made. And you are given this fucking stick that is so incredibly fucking light.
Where do we put the stick stats?
It's in TTS, boys.
TTS boys?
Highlighted and now pinned.
Oh.
Oh.
I wasn't sure where. I think I lost myself. There we go.
Also, I assume the dexterity and strength thing also applies for this stick?
Yep. Strength plus dex plus proficiency. Let's fucking go.
Minus 2 times. This was on the one side an expensive afternoon. On the other side, well, at least I hope so. Looking over at Rog, currently handling the spear. Hopefully a worthwhile investment.
Hopefully.
How does it feel in your hand?
Amazing.
Better be good.
Rog,
Yeah.
holding that spear in your hand feels really incredible, but also opposite of it, it feels like your hand that you're carrying it just feels numb.
Feels like the stick. My hand's getting numb, but I think I'll get used to it.
If it gets too bad, I assume gloves would be in order.
Yeah, I'll have those. But this and a shield. Now we're talking. I'm extending it to the length of my pike.
You know what's the best part of divine weaponry? It's the first weapon you're actually gonna use in combat, and you figure out how deadly it is. Oh.
So, by this definition now, Rog has officially become a divine warrior.
Yes, well, not with his own divine weapon, but with someone else's.
Who cares?
Hey.
Look, I'll make
We
one
don't.
eventually.
Looks at his honey glaive like, I've had this thing forever, and I've used it like twice.
In both cases, out of combat.
Do you want me to put some jagged dragon scale edges to it?
Now, I have an idea for something I'm gonna try, but I'm not gonna do it anywhere around here in case it goes horribly wrong.
Makes
So,
sense.
uh,
I'm gonna use that blue thing.
So,
The blue stuff? Yeah, that actually is exactly what I'm gonna do.
So the most literal translation of a boomstick.
So, while you're having this argument, Tashra just kind of approaches between both of you, just like, this day was so much profited. I'm so happy. I'm so glad I got you two guys for today.
Attack thoughts. Please make me a wisdom save.
Wisdom saving throw on Tashra? 26.
Yep, that didn't work.
Exactly.
No, Omnia's not that bad. Not that rich yet, but I'll certainly actually one last thing, Tasha. Now that the evening, or at least afternoon and the evening, is slowly approaching, I think it would soon be time to find a place to spend the night. Would you have any locales that you can recommend for this place?
She just kind of looks up to the sky. It's still noon, but okay. It really depends on what
Didn't you say it was like afternoon?
No, it's like literally noon. It's midday because you start this session at like 8 a.m.
I genuinely thought it was like afternoon already. Whatever.
Me too.
I do
Honestly,
have
I
reading
have
to
shit
do.
to do. Like, I have apparently 30,000 gold pieces that I have to
How
count.
much reading did Ken do?
Also, just fun fact, Lecter, you also additionally have a free bag of holding.
Hmm?
Yeah.
And unless she asks for it back, I'm gonna keep that.
She do you believe she cares about a bag of holding while you have free cane?
Well, then
Fair enough.
I guess I'll just not do it. Bag of holding. Gosh.
Okay.
Just
Are we
make your
gonna-
bag of holding. Then we
Are,
have like
are we gonna
4
empty
or
that
3.
bag of holding into another money holding bag so we can actually hold items in that bag, or?
Do you have any idea of the volume or mass of 30,000 gold, Rog? That thing's gonna be almost completely full.
Yeah.
Anyway, now that we've got money and actually can make some bartering, I've got to go about an hour or two north and see if I can find a shipbuilder.
Yeah.
I would come for you, but I think I'd be.
Yeah, I mean, she just kind of takes a deep breath. So, are you really want to go for the night to rest? Well, I mean, there's plenty of places. It really depends on what kind of taste. And since
Some of us had problems last night, including problematic prophecies in the sleep.
So somewhere where you can shake off all the nightmares overnight.
Combination of shaking off nightmares and resting easily.
Better be cheap.
I'm holding up the purple badge. Do you seriously think that money right now is a problem?
She just wanted to poke like her finger towards you, Lecter, and when Rock said but cheap, she just immediately she showed her middle and pointing finger to both of you separately. Choose one of them. You can't get both. So it's either a good night's rest or cheap.
I find it strange that we need to worry about these things. I look at Lecter. Can't you just and I motion like a grand gesture of like a dome. Can't you just?
Yeah, can't you make a little hut?
I can, but honestly, spells, at least to a certain degree, are taxing sometimes as well. And I would like to spend the night in a different place as well again. At least once.
Look, for dreams and nightmares, I'll make myself a dream catcher, alright? So I'd prefer to get smooth, affordable sleep, and I think we should keep most of the money, most we can, just in case there's a ship that's overpriced again.
Boy. Alrighty. So we're going with cheap then. Also, Ken, what's your take in this? Because you're still there. Also, Zan is in there, but he's like...
kind of following.
Yeah, he's like... He actually got one of the books from the library. You don't know if he actually got it legally or he stole it.
And honestly, I don't care.
I mean, if I can send with a message or something, I don't know. Or just have Omnis is going over to Green Shade, right?
No, I'm going north. So I was told by Tasha while we were discussing the line of credit and all that there are druidic shipbuilders on the coast to the north, about 1 or 2 hours of travel. So that's what I'm getting ready to go do. I'm going to go talk to a druidic shipbuilder about getting a ship custom made for us.
Can I just... Is Omnia still there?
And do you know what we all require to do, though?
I'm sorry.
Do we all know what we were... One more time, what?
What we're all wanting? Because some of it is a forge, and I'm not sure if...
Yeah, I had planned on... We definitely needed to have a workshop. I was going to make sure
ship
there's
has some
boardroom.
problems.
Nice cabins for all of us, plus a few extra people. You know, we got Zan and Gavel and all them. Couple of extra, not so nice cabins for like other people we pick up along the way.
We'll just make the forge part of the the thing made out of brick.
Yeah. Line that, brick floor.
Or
I was gonna put
something.
it up on
Something
the
with
top of the
not
ship.
with a flame retardant thing.
That, and I was gonna put it up at the top of the ship, so all the heat would just largely dissipate.
True.
I will,
Not completely open air because we'll need, be able to close it up in case of bad weather. Ideas.
So yeah, so what's the consensus? Omnis is going off with flight.
I was actually gonna ask Omnius something.
Yeah, I haven't left yet.
Okay. So all of our loot is safe, right?
I've taken certain precautions, at least in the area that they've been to now.
Okay. Just want to make sure. Thank you for reassuring me.
I would recommend nobody, not that you're going to have the opportunity, well, Lecter, you might have the opportunity to. I would recommend nobody go anywhere near Victor's Grove without me anytime soon. I cannot stress that enough.
Okay.
Alrighty, so Omnius goes by flight, I assume.
Does anybody else want to go with? This doesn't have to be a just me situation.
I would have
Not-
loved to,
Well,
but
if it's
you
still
point back.
like somewhere along the day,
Yeah.
there's absolutely no problem. By the way, I did some math in the background, calculating the average volume of a coin. Rounding that up to 30,000, the bag of holding is like a third full.
Ooh, but what about weight-wise? Weight-wise.
Oh, weight is a
Gold is
completely
heavy.
different story.
Gold is very heavy.
Yes, we all know that.
We might be able to pack the rest of the bag up with cotton or feathers, but...
Just saying.
The funny thing is, the first thing I'm getting is weight of a gold coin 5e.
Oh god. Yeah, because remember, there's some campaigns where they include the gold weight. Ooh. So yeah, so who's gonna go to the harbor via flight?
Oh god, that's close.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep. Okay, weight-wise, this thing is on the edge.
Yes.
Because of the classic rule, 50 coins weigh a pound.
Uh-huh.
Yep. So, Rog, you're taking a nap.
Yeah, and I'll be buying the place at the end.
I'm gonna leave like 10 bees with you, just keeping an eye on the area around you. But like, I don't really think they can leave you, but they're just keeping guard on you while you're alone.
I'm going to be reading a book up in the inn. The books.
Oh, okay, cool. Well, I'll leave 10 bees with you too.
So Lecter and Omni is splitting with Ken and Rog,
Yeah.
right? Okay, so she just kind of points finger. So to who I'm going? Zan is going with you, Ken, because he's just like mesmerized by the book. So Tasha is asking with whom does she go?
Lead the others to the inn, please.
Noted. And she's just gonna. All right, if you want a cheap, I know a place where they provide cheap beddings and cheap liquor to come to.
Fair enough.
Oh, you're speaking my language.
Yeah. So. Alrighty, and then comes Omnius and Lecter, and you take a form of
I'll be right back.
Since it's just the two of us,
just the
it doesn't
two of
matter
us.
if we try. Gonna be a giant eagle and fly away.
Alrighty, so
I can do that with a wild shape instead of a polymorph.
yeah, but it's gonna take a while for you to fly. So it's gonna. If you got any conversation you would like to have between both of yourselves, it's up to you to decide.
I think any kind of conversation is going to be pretty one-sided, following a conversation with an eagle.
Well, you can just use message.
Yeah, message.
Okay. God.
I mean, it's up to you to decide if you want to actually do it in the DMs or out loud. Because I don't know.
Yeah, like just some side conversations there.
So, in that case, Ken and Rock. So, it takes you a good 10 minutes following Tasha your goblin companion and guide, accompanied by the Zan. Oh yeah, who's staking the capybara? Because capybara went with
Oh.
you.
Drog Esquire most definitely stays with Lord Drog Esquire, even though it's technically not correct. Going with it anyway. Stays with Ken.
Okay, so Ken.
Yeah.
Also, Ken, because of the distance to the discs, you can no longer read comfortably. Because
Yeah, I'm just gonna
Yeah,
carry it
there's two
anyways.
options. Either this is gonna just yeet out of the way, or it would have been dispelled by now.
Oh, wait. The tensor floating disc?
Yep, that should be
Yeah.
gone by now.
okay,
Oh, well,
Yeah,
you know what?
I'm just gonna carry the books to the face.
so
You know what? I'm just carrying Ken. Fuck it. I don't care. Just under my arm.
Carrying Ken, carrying books.
and then on one shoulder you have Tasha just pointing you with a staff to go there because she's tired.
Yeah. I'm carrying them both.
So it takes only a few minutes between you see that the whole, like, the more westward you go, the more from the large tree question mark where you first descended only in the morning, the more the city becomes more wild and spread out, no more like structurally sound, and you literally just not stumble, well, eventually just find between the trees just a large hovel with no signs, with nothing, just a single open entrance. And that, my friend, is where she leads you, Rog. And she just says, "Yeah, here we are, Wildred's Path. I should tell you this." She just kind of taps you, Rog. This den is filled with a lot of lichens. They're friendly. They're good people. Don't get into a brawl unless you want to become one of them.
Fair enough.
Okay. So.
Why would you tempt fate like that?
Look, I did say I would be fun to have a bear lycanthrope bronze, but no, I'm smart than that.
So, give me a second. Okay, and now if we do this, with of course this, should get this. Nice. So, the first thing all of you can smell in this tavern, inn, or den is a really delicious stew, a lot of warmth, and a lot of sweat. As you're basically descending into this muddy cave, and you just see fixture lights that are basically torches, basic as they can be, with no metal, slowly burning up. That just reveals like a staircase made of stony material. You don't even know if it's clay or stone. It just spirals downwards. And just looking down the spiral, you see a lot of individuals that are just incredibly hairy, to the point that you don't recognize who's what. Like, you would consider that half of them are tabaxi just looking down. But you see quite a different lycanthropes by different animals, from your stereotypical wolves to bears to snakes to bats to beetles. Beetles. As you can see, all of their hides discern a certain feature about their affliction. And yeah,
Are
everybody.
the beetles bards?
I guess you can find out. As you're making your way down the stairs, and it's just.
Okay. I was wondering, do the bat lycanthropes have wings?
Well, It's up to
It's a
you
stupid
to.
question, but I do have to ask.
Eh, What if we don't ask how their bite tastes? Yeah. So now you see that there are basically all kinds of afflictions from dwarves to halflings to gnomes to humans to Goliaths. All of them are inflicted, and none of them are actually like non-lichen or like fully feral. All of them like are kind of civilized but kind of rowdy as well. Everybody minds their own business, sitting by
Furry
group.
convention.
If only they wouldn't smell as bad as the furry convention.
Oh no!
I mean, no,
Furry thing.
they smell because they're in this fucking area that is like human and shit, not because they have a choice. Um, but yeah, everybody's minding their own business, and yeah, the bartender looks like a armadillo. Like for a moment you thought that the armadillo was just like the bartender was just a talking armadillo, but then you realize all of the back of his claws are just fully armadillo. They're just where the snout armadillo would be. There's like still features of a gnome present,
Huh.
and it just stares you with these black beady eyes and asks, "Well, welcome to the path, friend."
Yes. We're looking for a room.
2 gold pieces per person.
Gold pieces. All right.
There'll be about at least 4 or 5.
4 or 5. Fair enough.
Oh, you're giving rooms for everyone.
I mean, depends on.
Here. Honestly, okay, no. So
Well, you said per person, so I was just saying it's per person if we're doing that.
Oh yeah, because
I'm
Tasha's-
looking at at Tasha.
Oh, I'm not sleeping with you people. I have my own home in this place.
Okay, just making sure. So, for now, it's going to be 4 gold pieces. Give it that 4 gold pieces.
Yeah. Just get to the second floor up the staircase, and you will see nice wooden archway cross through there and pick a room.
All right.
And if you really dislike company, please lock the door.
Noted.
So yeah. But besides that, just going to the bartender, there's an incredible stench of alcohol, like not like just regular alcohol. It's like not the chemical, but like pure alcohol, like really, really nasty shit. But yeah, plenty of drinks, plenty of bottles that look, like they had some sort of proper bottling, and some of them that look they just been homebrewed, distilled moonshines.
Think we can start a bar fight in here?
With a bunch of lycanthropes.
Listen, did you hear what she said? Personally, I don't want to be a
Here.
lycanthrope.
Hear me out.
Yeah.
Hear me out. We're not the ones participating in it.
What would be even the point? Besides, just wait a bit. I kind of go towards the room, and once we're in a room, okay. Now, if you didn't notice, they had bats. Good hearing. Now, what were you thinking?
Are you getting Tasha and Walt in this plan?
I don't know, but I'm curious at this point.
And I'm just joking.
Okay,
Bamboozled.
I'm getting too used to Kilmar's antics. Oh boy.
But yeah, it is about like it's about 1 a.m. like p.m. for you, so you can decide what you want to do alone in a room in a fucking den full of lycanthropes.
Does the room look like?
The room is literally just a bunch of furs on the ground. Uh, a table that has been half broken. And nothing else besides the door behind you. Also looking at the furs. There's a, you know that lycanthrope, some of them at least have furs. You see a lot of sheddings. A lot of different sheddings. Also, one more creepy fact. There's stains. What kind of stains I'm not saying.
Oh.
Better than question it.
You know what? I'm not gonna sleep just like this, but not gonna lie, it reminds me of home.
Zan just kind of, Zan, you just hear plop, and Zan just looks around. Where the fuck have you led me?
I don't know, but apparently we're sleeping here. Hey, it was cheap. See why?
This gives me bad memories.
As long as we keep the door closed, should be fine.
You look behind the door. There's no lock to the door.
I'm placing my hammer against the door.
Okay.
Trying to jam my pike in there too.
Your newly bought 135 scale point.
No, not that. Not that.
I know.
Pike, my act.
Oh my god, you barricading yourself in the fucking with the goblin. Oh no.
Oh right, you want to get out, right?
Yes, I do want to get out.
I just removed the thing. Okay, sorry.
In that case, get out, please.
I mean, if you want to do anything else, I don't know why. What are you gonna do until like what next day?
I'm gonna sleep. That's what I'm gonna do.
Did you just gotta point at Zan and you?
Look, I don't care what they do.
Okay. Zan just kind of looks at the attachments like, I'm not piss poor as these peasants. Can you lead me somewhere nicer? And she just kind of pouts for a bit. Hey, that's me, but sure. Okay, and Raw can finally take his fucking nap. Oh my god.
Ken, you're watch duty.
Old orc.
Okay. At least there's a really nice mood lighting.
Great for reading.
Yes.
Flipping the bed over a couple of times just to get the fur off.
There's no bed. There's only furs on the ground.
Never mind. I'm just sweeping all the fur I can to a corner while I'm sleeping.
Okay. Yeah. So, reading and that aside, Zan goes away, and you're barricading yourself in the room. I don't know why I find this so funny. Oh god. Hey, you asked for cheap. Anyway, back to the people in flight. Yeah. Hour and a bit. I say hour and 10 minutes pass. One wild shape later and a bit. All of you, Lecter and Omnius, can see the distant, but getting closer by the minute shore to the north. The Northern Sea. To the continent of Dor. So, So the sprawl of the city spreads intensely. The forest is neat and tidy. The buildings are organized. And the ports are massive, and you can count them by the dozens along the shore, to the left and to the right, as much as the eye can see. On the ports, like on the water, you see constructions of impeccable ships made what seems like just tree. Some are made of birch, some are made of apple, some are made of what's ashwood. But all of them have the same thing of not being made of like many planks, nails, and all that, but made of a single entity. So you coming close to port, one of many. What would you like to do?
Well, Omnis, anything specific they told you?
Assuming that you're saying this in my bird head.
Mhm.
Well, that depends. Do we want to just go with the first shipwright that we find, or do we want to ask around, find out if there's any particularly notable shipwrights in the area?
I think a bit of asking around wouldn't hurt.
What was that?
A bit of asking around wouldn't hurt.
Fair enough. Time to hit the local bars. I suggest we hit 2 or 3 of them, maybe a couple of different port towns, and ask roughly the same questions. See if anybody wants to has heard of or knows of the best shipwright in the land.
So, roll me investigation. You can choose
one thing.
both.
Bit unnecessary, but unless you specifically resist it, I'm gonna be casting Seeming on us.
That's fine with me. I'm still a bird.
Like, I assume you won't be staying a bird for the entire time.
No, but like when we travel between towns, we
Yeah.
turn into a
Just-
bird again.
Okay. Because my option would have been to, actually, I'm gonna leave it up to you. If you want to do something for yourself, I'm gonna cast Disguise Self on myself. Robots cause too much suspicion. I'm offering you Illusion as well, but I'm sticking to Disguise Self for now. I'll take on the appearance of, well, a young apprentice, half-elven, tan skin.
For some odd reason, I feel like just gluing yourself a nose on would be just already good enough.
When we land and I turn back into Omnis and I see you we go through this. No, I've got it, and I just cast invisibility on myself.
Well, yeah.
I just
guess.
imagine they go like Lecter goes into a brawl and just out of nowhere, just a fucking massive. You just see one of their faces contorted, like as Omnius punches one. Just peekaboo, peekaboo, motherfucker. Okay.
Surprise, bitch!
So, you
Omnis.
can get 2 investigations or 1 gets advantage. Your choice.
Can I get advantage?
Yeah, I'm gonna give you advantage.
Who has the biggest investigation?
Plus 10. Natural 20 plus 10.
Oh my fucking god. Oh my god.
Very nice.
So, the first thing you notice, Lecter, as you're descending and trying to hatch a plan, is a lone person who is raising his hands onto the sea, and you see he is surrounded by like 6 other individuals behind and staring. As you land and concoct your plan of illusions and invisibilities, you look back to the coast and see the same familiar person, but now with a ship that is arguably twice your size, slowly manifesting and forming. So So naturally you say, that guy must know some shit. So it takes you a good 10 minutes just to walk from where you landed.
Before I cast invisibility, I teleport to the hill outside of Forge Knight and pick up a couple of palm-sized chunks of the dragon bone / ivory, and then teleport back and give one to Lecter.
My fucking chair just broke and I'm on the ground.
What?
Yes, nobody heard that? Oh my god.
No.
I just heard you get a little farther away.
I wonder if my fucking stream actually caught that.
We'll see.
Oh god, ow.
Wait a second. 3 hours, 35 minutes, 20 seconds.
Oh.
Make a note of that somewhere.
Oh,
Already
god.
working on it.
Ow. Yeah, it's broken. It's fully broken. Fuck.
Are you okay?
Well, I'm fine. I just don't have anywhere to sit besides the ground.
It's almost over.
You know what? I'm just gonna place my mic here on the ground and be like, you know, this is.
I can only imagine his ass on the ground. Just, this is my life now.
No, I'm just spreading out. Just like, yes, this is comfortable. So yeah. What was the fucking thing before I tumbled to the fucking?
DM just got ground.
Omnius?
Before I cast invisibility on myself, I'm going to teleport back to the hill outside of Forge Knight, grab a couple of palm-sized chunks of the dragon bone / ivory, and teleport back and hand a piece to Lecter.
Okay. Okay, so...
What spell uses ivory again?
But yeah.
I'm asking what uses ivory again.
There's multiple spells that use ivory, including Mordenkainen's Magnificent Mansion, and what was the spell name again? Legend Lore?
Ooh, that's a good one, isn't it?
Yep, but it needs 250 gold pieces worth of incense, which is a bit expensive. Or
So-
alternatively, Necrolite.
So...
But that thing's owned by Ken.
So yeah. Fuck.
Wait, what do you need to do that costs that?
Nothing right now.
Yeah, so yeah, you basically see, now that you're coming closer, is an old tabaxi missing a single leg who is performing this ritual. While there's a group of 6 or 7 individuals, all of them, despite of their races, are young and naive, as all of them look at fascination as the person is bringing this ship to full potential in life.
How long is this whole process taking?
At this very moment, well, it's definitely larger than the ship that you saw at the shore in Greenshade, the Black Rose. As he just kind of doesn't say anything, he's just holding his hands and occasionally flicker with his fingers as he moves through the air with them.
This bitch can make a ship out of nothing.
So yeah,
For now, just watching.
okay. I was about to say, are you gonna interrupt?
Nope, I'm just awkwardly standing behind him and watching the whole process.
Omnius, renegade, renegade, renegade.
Nope, I'm invisible. I'm trying not to blow my cover.
Okay, so a good another 5 minutes pass as the ship is, with a sudden crack, actually sinks and just drowns in the harbor, and then looks back to the youngings and just says, "Well, as you see, if you forget to patch all the holes and you are not concentrated enough, the ship will eventually just drown, including with all of its crew. So, note to yourself, no matter how you might be thinking that you're adept at making a ship from a sapling, always remember your basics. And then just kind of looks at them and then kind of looks at you, Lecter. Ah, I see we got ourselves a guest. Come.
Hello there.
You're looking for apprenticeship? Sally, I'm not taking new students. And you see this, Tabaxi is missing one eye that has a patch. His fur once probably was bright yellowish. Now is this washed out yellow with majority of gray.
Don't worry about it.
Gray blonde.
Apprenticeship certainly sounds nice, looking at what you're capable of making. But on the other side, just looking at this kind of talent tells me that you would also be a good person to ask for services.
You asking for ship making?
Certainly look like the most capable one around.
Well, you're kind of correct. They call me Net, as he kind of extends his hand.
I'm shaking the hand, in which case, one funny note, he will actually realize that my hand, even though the illusion is holding up, is unnaturally cold. Like, a wooden hand doesn't have any warmth to it.
Interesting. It's not even the full swing into fall, but your hand feels like in the middle of winter. Besides that, what kind of services are you requiring?
Well, my group is looking to formally upgrade our traveling vessels. We were thinking about hiring a classic shipwright to build us a ship, or to simply buy one. But honestly, having a custom-made one by an expert, that sounds like an even greater option, and also an even greater story to tell, if someone asks.
What a... He kinda gives a slight smile. It's good to see a connoisseur of practical things. For ships made by plank and nails can burn and destroy, eventually just rot, its innards filled with insects. But with these ships, no matter how much damage you pull for them, how much insects, how much rot it might suffer, eventually, if it's not shipwrecked on a desert, it eventually will grow back to its full potential.
Wood certainly is a capable material, and making it all of one living entity is a genius and honestly quite artistic way of achieving a pretty much indestructible ship.
So, what is exactly you seek? Because I expect it's not a simple fishing boat for two.
Of course not. The main crew of us is, if I recall correctly, 10 to 12 people. 10 to 12 people. A traveling vessel capable of being modified. We have some personal equipment as well that needs to be loaded on board, and we might have to make some additions to the ship as well. We have some exotic materials that we want to integrate just for the purpose of, well, the arts and the style of the ship. To a certain extent, let's call it trophy hunting. I'm like taking out one of the dragon scales out of my pocket, flipping it between the fingers, and the moment he sees it, I'm putting it back away.
Okay, he does see it.
We have some stories to tell, and at least we want to show off some of them. At least, small scale. And of
So-
course, we need a fitting ship for that.
So a medium-sized ship for your medium-sized crew and a trophy hall. Anything else?
Can you repeat that louder? I didn't hear shit.
And weren't we going for a huge ass ship that could be manned by Zan's ghost crew?
That is a fair point, and I'm thinking, Lecter, you're feeling a little nudge in your back right now.
Yeah.
The thing is, we have this main crew, but our actual server muted. He'll get back after the session. Well, this is what we call the main crew. The actual serving staff of the ship is a lot bigger, capable of serving up to, well, 60 to 80 people. And especially with our adventures, there are needs for enough storage space. So I think bigger than medium size, even a large vessel would be adequate. We have the staff to work with it, and at least some of the expenses needed for it. One question though, regarding the stability of these ships. Well, some of these areas are dangerous, and it has already been a few times that we sailed through dangerous areas, including volcanoes. I'm not
Well-
expecting a ship like this to stand up to a full volcanic eruption, but how much damage will fire do to this wood?
Well, it depends really how much gold you're willing to spend on a specific type of tree. Because there are many types of trees we have perfected over millennia that could counter these effects.
What would be your recommendations?
Grabs a tree from the volcano. A corrupted tree.
Nah,
Um,
not the corrupted tree.
Well, I don't really know what your specifications are. I see your group of adventurers, even though I don't see your group. If you say you got a volcano or different size of cautious, I guess hellish wild roots would be beneficial for you. But if it's a large ship that you require of that, that's gonna cost you from 80 to 90,000 gold.
Give me a moment. I'm like seemingly grabbing into one of my pockets, pulling out one of the bees, having it sit on one of my fingers, and just talk into it. Messaging Omnius, who's literally standing behind me. Would that price be doable for us?
Well, I think we can technically afford it if we get the line of credit followed up, but if he's looking into doing any kind of trade, we've got quite a bit of that ivory.
On the other side, price itself seems acceptable already. How about some additions from our side in different materials? I know you're one to focus on the wooden element. If we provide some material for the artistic style ourselves, how would that affect the price?
I can give you the Lidvin's. He kind of scratches his hair a bit. It really depends on what you really want. If you really want the hellish wine roots. I can't really accept the. I can't really accept anything but gold, since that gold will always go somewhere else, not to me. I don't really know about a trade. It's not for me to decide.
Allow me a question.
Go
Does
ahead.
this mean you're not getting the full extent of this?
He kind of looks around a bit. Why would I?
Why would you not? You're doing all the work.
Well, my knowledge is vast, but my knowledge would have been nothing without all the knowledge that I gain from my benefactors, from my family. It is only fair for me to return the favor.
Reasonable, I assume. Well, so we currently have a running credit with a different group that's going to provide us with additional currency over the next following 2 weeks, which will be enough to buy the ship that you're offering. I don't, as you can imagine, I don't keep that kind of money on me.
Only reasonable.
Therefore, this will have to wait a few weeks. I assume I will be able to find you here in 2 weeks or a month.
If I still live, yes.
Would you be like one question? Again, talking to the bee. Like, I'm standing there overly formal, talking to a bee. Have you tried setting a bee down here?
No, but give it a shot. Also, another side thought, instead of trying to trade with this individual who's not their specialty, there's probably a trader somewhere around, and port cities tend to have a few of those. See if they want to trade directly for some of that ivory. Pad our pockets with a bit more coin. And then I'm going to take send one of my invisible bees that as soon as it leaves me probably becomes visible. And then so just like behind Lecter, a bee just appears out of nowhere and goes down to the ground.
The bee has not lost the connection with you.
Doesn't seem like this area is affected as heavily as the city itself. In that case, how about we leave a messenger with you?
Okay.
Don't worry about it. But we'll call you when we're ready again.
Try not to
Okay.
think too much about it. Here's a bee.
Yeah, raising the bee that's kind of on my finger and just like letting it fly away.
Oh,
Pulling out a new one out of my pocket.
there.
Yeah, certainly. In that case, I hope that once the rest of the credit arrives, we will be able to make a good deal with this.
Alrighty.
And I'll reach out my hand for a formal handshake, just seeing if he accepts.
He just kind of grasps it.
Part of
From
the
behind
illusion.
Lecter, Omnius's voice says, "Oh, he also forgot to mention that we're going to need a space built into the ship to have like a full workshop, complete with a forge and the whole nine
That's why I
yards."
was asking about the fire.
Huh?
But I'm just saying we need to have the space built into the ship, so just like plan ahead. I'm not losing my invisibility either. This voice is just from behind Lecter.
Don't
worry about the bees.
Yeah. You have very talkative bees there.
Well, a curious hive mind.
I can see that.
The moment he looks down on the handshake, he will see that actually the hand itself, like some of the fingers the illusion has faded on those, on purpose, revealing that those fingers are actually made of wood instead.
He looks up at the fingers and looks at you confused.
I just smile. Something I normally can't do.
Okay.
Like, not overly creepy. And then just, well,
He
slide
as you smile, he basically lets go of the hand, turns back at the shore, and just like, all right, students, now for the next lesson.
Well then. I assume we got ourselves a deal for until the credit comes.
So yeah,
Guess we have to wait for the fucking credit.
credit waiting.
Not necessarily. Like I said, there's probably a trader somewhere around this port
Mhm.
town that'll pay us for more. You know, if we want to sell half a ton of that ivory.
Half a ton at once will be difficult.
I have
Uh,
a suspicion that he's the most skilled one, though.
He is
He is
the
the
most
most
skilled
skilled.
one, most likely.
I'm not
If he's the
talking about a
teacher for the other
trader.
ones.
I'm talking about a trader. We've already got our deal with the shipwright, but we can get the rest of the coin or another good chunk of it together now if we go look for another trader who's willing to buy our ivory at a good cost and then sell 1,000 pounds of that at, like, I don't know, 100, 200, 300 gold a pound.
Go to the glass, the glass beer guy.
No, we're in a
He won't
totally
buy
different
ivory.
area. I'm going to look around for a trader, like a merchant shop, like a port merchant.
You know, pirate merchandising. What? See something?
Not yet. Yeah. Just like generally in port cities, you normally have like these big trading halls of like incoming goods.
Yes, most
Just
cities.
Not this one.
I mean, as you can see, most cities don't have a fucking city made of trees, does it?
Good point.
So, I have a question. It's been 3.5 hours.
Theoretically, I would be fine for like the next half an hour, but I think honestly we won't be able to finish anything in that half hour.
I mean, it really depends. Maybe, where would you like to go after this? Because, like, I think everybody wants to get recruited.
Honestly, just trying to finish off something regarding like if we find a trading hall, we would try to like sell off some goods. If we don't, guess just returning and trying to help out the others to survive the night.
Roll an investigation. Two separate or one with advantage?
Oh, you know the answer there.
Okay.
Also, what have I learned from reading the book?
I'll notify you. Because I think you read through the whole manifesto, didn't you?
Pretty sure he skipped.
I mean, it's up to
Yeah,
you.
somewhere along the line after Tasha said something about X amount of pages being a manifesto, I just like skips that part.
Skips. Okay, I'll notify you because this is a long fucking book. Don't worry, it's fucking painful to read through. But yeah. 26. Fuck.
Can I at least get some hook points back?
You're sleeping. Shut up.
You're taking your long rest early.
Yeah. You can witness the nightlife in Cradle Rocks.
Oh, shit.
Oh my god.
You want to do that? Maybe not.
Hey, he chose this fate. So yeah, here's the best part. In the vicinity to where there were no ports, but of course you got your companion and yourself who can polymorph or animal shape or wild shape into a flying creature and look around for more. What you found out going a bit more westward through the port towns, one by one, mile by mile, you start to recognize nicer, not wooden, like not tree-built ships. A lot more different ships that are more, basic and a lot more, how to say this, normalized docks, no longer a single part of the forest type of deal. You start to see fucking stuff with stone and god forbid metal on them. Oh god.
Oh god.
Yeah. And what you basically find going about for 20 minutes after fleeing, or maybe 40, is basically a giant fucking warehouse, maybe 200 feet tall, and as big as like two football fields. Where you see a lot of goods just from the eagle's eye view going in and out. And a lot of traction of people. Also, Rog, if you're saying something, you're so fucking quiet I can't hear
I'm
you.
not saying anything. The dog's whining.
Ah.
Okay.
So yeah.
Just enough to kick your mic on then. It just made it look like you were. That's all.
Yeah. So
I know.
you see basically a nice large open door to this warehouse, and in common, Elvish and Dwarvish saying Edwin's Grand Hall of Exchange.
I assume we found the place that we were looking for.
So.
But I think that would be something to deal with next time.
Okay. So, trading and all that will be had, and the spoopy Halloween episode is over. Am I fucking back? Ow.
The fact that you fell from your that your chair just broke mid-session.
Now, also, just saying, I think the only somewhat vaguely Halloweenish theme that we ever had was the fucking lycanthrope inn.
Sure, why not?
Yeah.
The fact that you're currently sleeping in a place filled with the equivalent of werewolves, certainly would
Werewolves,
be
werebears, werebats, werebeetles.
But that raises the interesting question. Let's all remember that lycanthropy is a disease, and it can be cured. And
maybe.
And also, we have a blade that can make lycanthropes.
Yeah.
Anybody?
I certainly wouldn't like to try it.
So yeah, so with that being said, and then I guess we're gonna call it at 4-hour mark exactly. Excellent. 4 hours, 2 minutes. So you exactly have 15 seconds to say whatever the fuck you want before shutting this stream down with no survivors.
Everybody have a wonderful day.
That's one nice stick!
Guess we're gonna get a ship soon.
Boobies!
Be